I enjoy seeing things grow. It's a fun process to be able to put a seed in the ground and seeing what comes from it. We always enjoy going to Wrights because they're always very helpful, and when we're in a need, they always get it done for us.
If we break down the field, I make a call to Wright Implement, and they always have someone out within a reasonable amount of time. I've been working with Wright Implement for several years and wouldn't recommend any other dealership.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Kentucky Downs Week 2. Brittany Earton alongside Kate and Bradar. Jess Stafford will be joining us from the paddock momentarily. It's a breezy afternoon, but I gotta say, I think we're glad to not see any rain right now.
We had preparations in store, both for the weather and for a very special occasion. Not only is this the start of our second week, but it's your birthday, Brittany, so everyone at Kentucky Downs can join us in a rousing rendition of Happy Birthday.
You guys are so sweet. I love this. How do you know? I love balloons a lot, and they're really going crazy here with all of this wind. And
Happy
a delicious cake.
Birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for spending it with us.
Of
I know it's a little ways from home, but we're very glad you're here.
I'm very happy to be here. I'm excited for our 11 race card. I cannot wait to dive into this cake, so that will be happening as soon as we are done covering race number 1. But how lucky are we? Really, what we do every day is not work. It's fun.
It is a gift to get the opportunity to be here, and so many happy people too. Even those who didn't cash tickets. I noticed there was a little bit more spring in their step than as usual.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something about this place that's magical. The green definitely brightens things up, both in terms of the money available, we're going to see that today, but also in terms of the racing that we've seen with just tremendous competition.
All different types of green, all the best types, as we should say. And there are a lot of trainers and jockeys that have been really feeling it as they made their way here, Dettori being one of them.
Yeah, Frankie Dettori was kind of the star of the show on Sunday with 4 wins on the card. He has vaulted to the top of the standings, much as he does off the horse's back afterwards. Looks like he's got some nice mounts too. He picked up one a little later that I like a lot, Tarnima.
That scratches into the race, so do make note of that one. Key coming into the race. We have a pick 6 carryover as well.
We do. There's a nice little carryover, but that will lead to a nice pool today, maybe upwards of $100,000 starting in race 6. Now, granted, it's not easy, but take a shot. I mean, even if you have a strong opinion, leverage that. It's $1 minimum, races 6 through 11. I put together a ticket. I try to keep it right around $100, and I think that this has a shot. Obviously, these are some of the most competitive races you're going to find. But favorites have won almost 50% of the races so far at the meet, though the average win payoff, thanks to those long shots, has been upwards of $18. When you look at the ticket, I'm kind of keeping keeping it skinny in that 6th race, Tarnima. A top choice for me, also using Mike Stidham's horse, Love Song. 3 deep in race 7, 8, and 9, which is the one Dreamer. I like Viv Vav, but Pharaoh's Wine may have a pace advantage. And keep in mind that all other things being equal,
Right.
it helps to have a little turn of foot. Now, half the races were won by horses off the pace on Sunday, but I think that's a product of how those races came together and everybody trying to seize the moment.
Exactly, because we had talked about it a lot. Being tactical can be to your advantage here at this track, but obviously at the end of the day, pace makes a race, how it unfolds. You're keying in on a single in the very last race. Let's make it all the way.
That is McGinnis on tap. How do you not key in on a horse like that, right? But it is a Brendan Walsh second-time
I'll take it on my
starter.
birthday.
Only horse in the field that has the advantage of a race at a mile, which I think is key. That's one thing I'm looking at along with pedigrees and connections. I think you start to see a few patterns develop. I lean heavily on certain sire lines, but Brendan Walsh typically does very good work here at Kentucky Downs. This horse has a pedigree and has that race under his belt at a longer distance, so stamina comes into play.
We're about 16 minutes away from race number 1. Were there any other trends for you that you really took away from week number 1 that maybe we could apply to week 2?
Well, I think that, you know, favorites can be your friend. People get a little upset when they seem to dominate, which they did on opening day.
Correct.
But if you can use them to leverage something, for example, on Saturday, there were 2 very short-priced horses in the sequence in the pick 6. There was only one winning ticket. It paid $49,000. But I think the best place to start is sire lines. And Twirling Candy is a dominant sire. He's featured throughout today's card. Those horses typically run really well on this course. He is by far and away the leader of the pack.
Well, you set me up perfectly. How about the fact that our favorite currently down from an 8-1 morning line is Jet Off for this maiden special weight event, 7 furlong affair for straight 2-year-olds. Get a good look at him right now. That is a son of Twirling Candy.
And he is a horse that makes a total amount of sense. I used him on top. I thought that he, along with Flatter on the dam side, might contribute to a big performance on the turf. I also like the fact that he has a 7/8 mile run under his belt, and today he has to go 7 furlongs, which probably plays a little bit more like a mile. So the fact that he's run farther than most of the other horses in this field, I think bears watching. First-time starters, though, can do well here, too, and that is important to keep in mind. With that, the 3 Carson Street was a horse I was real interested in hearing more about. The 8 Mr. Punch was the horse that I went to at 7-2. Comes from a barn that can win, in fact, won on opening day with first-time starters and by Into Mischief. This is a half-brother to a very nice horse named United.
One of my all-time favorites.
Really, and so Flavian Pratt, Brad Cox, you're not going to get a good price, but he makes a lot of sense.
I happened to see both Flavian Pratt and John Velasquez on my flight this morning. So on a Thursday, flying in to ride the big ones, Flavian Pratt will be riding the 8 Mr. Punch, as you said, half to United. $1.8 million United earned in his career. I would think, though, that maybe the 7's a touch too short.
That is the question.
If he's anything like his brother.
The way this plays, though, maybe the door open a little bit. Another first-timer, the 7, Vito Corleone, is by Oscar Performance, another top sire, really bred to handle the distance as well as the surface. Nice work for Dallas Stewart on August 12th at Churchill. When you see 48-3, that's a quick work out of the gate on that surface right now. When they're not racing, that track tends to be a little slower than it is during the race meet. So I think Mr. Punch and Vito Corleone are both, along with the 3 Carson Street, the first-time starters that you can definitely make a case for.
Carson Street, ridden by Arad Ortiz Jr. Wonderful to see him back riding again. Obviously an incident in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. He was launched from Mindframe. Took the Sunday off, so wonderful to see him back riding, and no worse for wear. So 6-1 right now in the 3. Carson Street, a son of Street Sense for trainer Brendan Walsh. What about the inside runner and the attention that this horse is getting, 9-2?
Yeah, Gerard adds distance coming out of a 5.5 furlong turf sprint on debut at Ellis. He made up some ground at the end and kind of sort of seemed like the type that's really going to want to go a little bit farther. Didn't get away from the gate that cleanly. Now getting bet a bit more. Caravaggio, very solid sire. I believe he's had 3 winners here at Kentucky Downs in recent years. I don't love the inside post at the 7 furlong distance, especially for a first timer. I never love the inside post for a first time starter, but he's a nice looking individual, very sharp, you can see those ears are at attention, he's attentive, and he's kind of got a little swagger.
Sometimes I worry about horses along the inside second time out rather than first time out because they know what they're doing.
Exactly, and then they have opportunity to check out if they can.
Exactly. So there's the one at 9-2, and of course your top choice right now for the public is the 2 Jet Off. Let's dive into the paddock area here with Jess Stafford and get an idea of who she likes and how they're looking. Hey, Jess. We'll get to Jess in just a moment there. But we are 12 minutes away from race number 1. I'm just going to turn over and look my shoulder at how some of these first-time starters are handling themselves. I have to say that at the moment right now, they all seem to be handling themselves well.
Yeah, they really do. Looking at the 8, Mr. Punch, a little more closely. Big horse, has a big frame, looks like the type that could cover some ground, which is always a good sign, but powerful hindquarters, fit looking, not acting up, which is always a good sign because we see an awful lot of them get a little jig-joggy when they get in that walking ring. It's almost like getting out in a field again.
And then it often can be a domino effect, can it not? I did see the 9 Repentless for trainer Kelsey Danner on the toes. I wouldn't say acting up in any means, but feeling good and just went back into the box and has settled down quietly, which I must say they all are doing. Jockeys have come out, so we'll get them aboard in just a moment's notice. For you, what about the 10, though? I wanted to ask you about Silver Sniper, just purely off of how well Joe Sharp has been doing at this meeting.
Yeah, 10-1 will be a gift in hindsight if Silver Sniper follows suit. Joe is off to a good start, leads all trainers at the meet right now, had a super meet last year at Kentucky Downs. Got bet down on debut, Silver Sniper did, on a sloppy track that he didn't seem to handle at all. That was my only concern. Sometimes horses that don't handle the slop don't handle the turf quite as effectively.
What is the thought behind that?
I don't.
Just a weird
think it must just be the
coincidence?
footing somehow, that they don't have the same confidence over something that's not firmer or more consistent, I guess would be the best way to put it, because the slop as well as the turf can sometimes be different from part to part and from step to step. So Silver Sniper is a kind of a, I'm sort of darned if I do and darned if I don't. I don't want to leave him out because of the connections and because of the fact that he was bet on debut. And he's such a good price, but at the same time, I thought there were others that might take to the turf a little better.
This is, and of course, it's Kentucky Downs, but this is a very difficult race, in my opinion, to kick off a 50-cent pick 5 because there are so many unknowns with these first-time starters, very well-bred, and then, of course, second-time starters like Jet Off, who just ran into the very highly regarded Lady Eli's Baby.
I'm going to go ahead and make the 7, Vito Corleone, my paddock pick. He really made a nice appearance. He's a flashy chestnut and has the great pedigree for it, good gate work. Dallas Stewart's had nice roll of late, so we'll see if he can keep it going.
I like the workouts, as you said, nice foundation underneath the belt for the 7, Vito Corleone, and you're not going to be mad about that price, 8-1. Horses on the track. Let's kick off another day of racing right here at Kentucky Downs. 9 minutes until post time, and time for me to eat this delicious cake. Good luck.
On the track parading for the opener, a 7 furlong maiden for 2-year-olds with 50-cent pick 5 wagering. Scratch 6 must be the money, along with the also eligibles 13 through 16. Race 1 is the John Goodman Memorial. 8 minutes to post. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out horse for the opener is number 7, Vito Corleone. Congratulations to Alvino, the groom of number 7, Vito Corleone. Best turned out for race 1. Approaching the gate with a minute to post. Moving into line for the first, Gyra has gate 1. Jetoff moves in next door. Vito Corleone is in the gate, joined by Mr. Punch. Carson Street comes up. Repentless will be next, followed by Apollo's Glory. Carson Street backing out of the gate. And so is Jetoff. They're all being released. They're all reversing out of the gate. Indications. Oh, I see. The 6 horse is scratched, but had been given a starting gate position. So the assistant starters are just making the adjustment to the numbering atop the gate because the 6 horse is not participating. So they're about to reload. Here they come again. Gyra to the inside gate and Vito Corleone. Jetoff approaching gate 2. Mr. Punch comes up. He's the best fancied of a host of first-time starters. Second choice in the wagering behind number 2, Jetoff. The majority of the field has moved in. Clark's Corner about to find post position 5. And that will leave just Travolta and Zucchero. Zucchero to complete the line. Day 4 of the 2025 meet at Kentucky Downs is about to get underway. Starter Todd Stevens will send these 2-year-olds on their 7-furlong journey as soon as Zucchero consents to move in. He's a little troublesome behind the gate. Zucchero moves in, ready to go. Racing. Vito Corleone was the last to leave. Carson Street begins alertly with Jet Off. Silver Sniper is showing prominently. And Repentless in the orange colours is going to be fourth through the opening stanza, followed by Mr. Punch in the lime colours racing outside of Apollo's Glory as they head down the hill and race around into the turn. 5/8 left to go. It's Jet Off in front. Carson Street running second. Repentless moving up along the inside, a level third with Silver Sniper, and 3 lengths away Apollo's Glory and Mr. Punch. As they come down towards the 3/8 pole, back in the second half of the field are Gyra and Zucchero, Clark's Corner and Travolta, and about 10 lengths to Vito Corleone. Vito Corleone as they reach the top of the lane, 5/16 to go. And Jet Off on the inside is the leader. Jet Off from Carson Street, Silver Sniper, and Repentless is in behind them, getting a glorious split in the bright orange colours to challenge as the leaders fan in upper stretch. 3/16 left to go, and Repentless up on terms with Jet Off. Repentless now kicks away, leads nicely at the elbow with 1/8 of a mile to go. He's spearing clear. It's Repentless a long way in front. Clark's Corner finding the line generously will get into the exacta, but Repentless scores over Clark's Corner and Carson Street. Apollo's Glory finished fourth. The unofficial result, number 9 Repentless defeating 5 Clark's Corner with 3 Carson Street third and number 4 Apollo's Glory fourth. The time 1:21.43. Repentless is a debut winner. A bay colt by Violence from the unbridled song mare Song Sung True. Bred in Kentucky by Mark Mahal and Mr. and Mrs. Carrie Craig. Owned by NBS Stable. Trained by Kelsey Danner and ridden by Adam Beschitzer. John Ballantyne's NBS Stable had the 100-to-1 winner on Saturday, Ground Support, also ridden by Beschitzer and trained by Danner. And here they strike with another long shot. Repentless let go at 25-to-1 in today's opener. As the result goes official, 9-5-3-4, the official placings. The second race offers 50-cent pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 12, Marcinkowski, along with 13, Milvan. Race 2 comes up in 24 minutes. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. There is a late jockey change in the 7th race. Please turn to race 7. The rider of number 6, Queen Judith, will be Florent Giroux in place of Jaime Torres. Repeating, race 7, number 6, Queen Judith, new jockey Florent Giroux.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Well, that is surely a way to kick off the afternoon. 25-1 on the first-time starter, Repentless, for Kelsey Danner and Adam Beschizza. Jess Stafford joining me now. We had a couple technical difficulties earlier. That's okay. We get to hear all your analysis now.
Yeah, first of all, a very happy birthday to you, Brittany.
Thank you
I'm so
for
pleased
that.
we all get to spend it with you today, and hopefully we can find some winners. But I'm pleased there was a few technical issues, because I would have not have been going the way of those big prices. There were some really nice looking horses, but that was a bit of an upset from my betting perspective early on.
Well, it will shake up the pick five, surely, and that trifecta had to pay handsomely. 25-1 over 36-1 over 8-1. All right, let's move forward to race number 2. Maiden special weight event going 1 mile and 5/16. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. As we take the cable camera view into the paddock area there, why don't we start with the favorite, logical place, Mildred Pierce. 9-5 currently. This horse for Jimmy Toner has been improving in each start. Most recently, a runner-up finish at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, and this horse is just bred to be brilliant. This is what will get you excited if you're a pedigree geek. And this horse by Uncle Mo out of the Grade 1 mare War Flag, who won that Flower Bowl and won that race when it was at Belmont. And this horse, Mildred Pierce, I think deserves to be at the top of the betting here, Britt, because this horse rallied late over a shorter trip last time, looked to really appreciate the extra distance, I thought. Kind of horse that settles nicely, and you know, looking at Monmouth and Delaware, where the style, the way that this horse ran, she just seems like, I think she will enjoy the big stretch out that you've got here. She might need to improve slightly, but the pedigree suggests that she can do that.
2-1 currently, and I wonder with that stretch out if we can find her just a touch closer to the pace in the early stages, not find herself 9 lengths back like she did 2 starts back. For you, your top selection's the 11, though. That is weighted average right now, sitting on the board at 3-1.
Yeah, and as much as I do love the 8, who does look really well in herself, I just thought the 11 had better form, stronger form, has got the best buyer figure in the field, another great pedigree, so you couldn't really make this one lesser pedigree than the other. This is an English Channel out of a Kitten Joy's mare, the stamina tough pedigree that I think will be built for Kentucky Downs. And this horse is pretty lightly raced, comes off a break, and I think 238 days off. I was keen just to have a good look at how she looks in the preliminary. She looks pretty relaxed. Chad Brown, master in all disciplines, but getting horses off a break, I wouldn't mind that at all. And again, this horse just failed to get there last time, a little bit like the favorite, but I think the level, the form that she's shown is slightly better, and another improver, and excited to see her back on track.
Well, and at the age of 3 and having just turned 4 in that most recent event, the form completely transformed for this 4-year-old filly by English Channel and has gone the distance, as you mentioned, well, a mile and 3/8, a mile and 5/16 today, so that's only a benefit. The 4 horse at 9-2, you're checking out on your screen, is Unmerited Favor, third off of a layoff for trainer Kenny McPeak. Jose Ortiz to ride. We know he's having a very good meet thus far already. Big improvement last time out.
Yeah, certainly. This horse ran a career best figure when just missed out at Ellis Park. Already tried at Kentucky Downs last year. That was at her first try, and that wasn't a bad effort, but obviously will need to take a significant step forward, and seemingly has done that. I think coming back to the turf last time looked like a pretty good move. Pedigree-wise, Summerfront and Blame, there is stamina in there. I just think that this horse could be sitting on something, getting quite there. Kenny McPeak, so much pleasure seeing his horses run. Let's see if he can get a winner on the score sheet this meeting here at Kentucky Downs, and it's coming in for a good bit of support now.
I like the tactical ability, absolutely, and like you said, the pedigree screams that this horse should be able to handle the distance, and obviously has run well on turf course. The grass doesn't dissuade me whatsoever, having been where this horse started, and the debut at Kentucky Downs, I can draw a line through that. We were just talking, I know we just saw a first-time starter win last time out, but it is hard to do. You have to be a certain type of horse to win here first time out. All right, what about the 7?
Yeah, well, we just saw Kelsey Danner have a big price winner of the last, and you've got to keep an eye on these horses that Kelsey Danner is bringing over to Kentucky Downs, as rightly pointed out, had a 100-to-1 winner on the weekend, and this is a really good-looking sort. This is a daughter of Malibu Moon, and just, again, I thought that this horse had plenty of good experience behind her. The dam produced multiple winning turf performers. I thought the distance should suit. I just couldn't leave her out, considering, Brittany, you've got a lot of horses that don't have a huge lot of experience. This one definitely does. Again, I think that is definitely getting there. A lot of horses are the similar ilk. They're kind of improving types, like Kenny's horse. You'd imagine was probably a big baby this time last year, and this one is just coming into its own in a similar style. So just can't leave any Kelsey Danner horse alone at the moment. Is a big price, but a little bit shorter than it had been on the morning line, possibly because the form the yarder is in.
Right, well, absolutely. With those big price winners, don't be shying from those runners. Absolutely. The 10 Selfless I found to be a really interesting horse here, but I'm a little concerned because incredibly cold on the tote board. 12-1 currently up from a 4-1 line, morning line. Second off of a layoff, so I can only expect an improved performance. And the stretch out and distance, I really do think behooves this 5-year-old mare. Yes, it is a 5-year-old mare that hasn't won, so sure, that could be a concern. But what do you make of the 10?
Yeah, I think when you always see 5-year-olds still in maidens, there's obviously been a bit of trouble, isn't there? There've been a few setbacks. They're persevering, they're keeping going. I think from a breeding perspective, just getting that win on her resume will be important for when she goes for her next career. But Selfless has been kind of knocking around the New York maidens, got a pretty reliable speed figure, just tends to just lose her position late. I just thought maybe could be picking up pieces, but doesn't look to have some of the natural speed as some of the other obvious horses in this lineup.
Jockey's got the leg up, all smiles out there as we are approaching race number 2, 10 minutes intel post. Last one I want to throw at you, the 2 Mendy. Lots of experience and lots of chances hitting the board in the past.
Yeah, again, pretty similar to a couple of the others in this, huge amount of experience, and what I like to see if you go 2 starts back, speed from the gates. This horse coming out of 2 will really want to utilize that position, and maybe that's what you got to look at, but this horse definitely has the best speed figure. Will the horse remain there all the way? I think the early pace might set up for some of the closes, including the 11, but this is a race where I feel one mare in here is going to deserve that final break of the maiden tag.
Well, Mildred Pierce is your current favorite at 5-2. This second race kicks off a 50-cent pick for 9 minutes until post. They've hit the turf. Good luck.
The field is parading for the second. A filly and mare maiden at 1 5/16 miles. 50-cent pick 4 wagering on the menu. Scratch number 12, Marcinkowski, and number 13, Milvan. 8 minutes to post. Race 2 is named for the Bit and Barrel Gaming and Racing Lounge. The best turned out for race 2, Mildred Pierce, number 8. Congratulations to the groom Julio. Mildred Pierce, number 8, is the best turned out for the second race. The field is approaching the gate. Moving into line, Rosa's Miss Priss to the inside stall. Mendy ready with Aurea. Grove City Sunset to gate 7 for the owner-trainer-jockey combination, successful in the first race. Mildred Pierce lines up, followed in by Rather Distinct, Rainbow Rania. Unmerited Favour and Selfless, the next pair. And Plot and Weighted Average will be the last couple to be positioned. 1 mile and 5/16 for this filly and mare maiden. Ready. Racing. Plot came away on reasonable terms with them today. Unmerited Favour showing up in the early stages. Aurea crossing into a very prominent role, and Selfless from the deep is sailing across to sit second. It'll be Aurea leading from Selfless and Mendy on the inside, followed by Weighted Average, fourth, latching right onto the back of Selfless as they wheel into the back stretch. Then comes Unmerited Favour, followed closely by Mildred Pierce in the green and white colours. Rainbow Rani at the inside, Plot drifting back into the second half of the field from Grove City Sunset, Rather Distinct, and 3 lengths Rosa's Miss Priss. Up the hill, 7 furlongs to go. Aurea making play 1 length to Mendy and Selfless. And they're followed on the inside by Unmerited Favour. Weighted Average running 5th, about 5 lengths off the pace in front of Plot and Grove City Sunset, Rather Distinct. Mildred Pierce drifting back, and last is Rosa's Miss Priss as they descend the hill. Aurea is the leader from Unmerited Favour and Mendy, followed by Selfless out wide. Rainbow Rania getting up along the inside. Weighted Average between horses in the red and white. Plot is 1 horse off the fence as they sweep around by the 5/8 pole. Mildred Pierce on a wide limb, about 4 deep in the green cap, 5 lengths off the pace, followed well back in the field by Grove City Sunset. Rather Distinct is back near the tail of the field with 3/8 of a mile to go, and Rosa's Miss Priss is back 6 lengths last. The rest of the field very tightly bunched behind Aurea, who has a half length on Unmerited Favour as they approach the top of the lane. It's Aurea now getting away from Unmerited Favour, followed by Weighted Average and Plot on the inside. Mendy hooking out wider, and Mildred Pierce coming with her effort down the outside beneath Louise Saez. She's up within a couple of lengths of the lead as Unmerited Favour takes a real shot at the early leader, Aurea. Here comes Weighted Average, and then comes Mendy. As they pass the 8th pole, it's Unmerited Favour with the lead. Unmerited Favour over Weighted Advantage and Mendy. Weighted advantage with a late crack at Unmerited Favour as it tightens right up on the money. Close between Unmerited Favour and Weighted Average. Photo finish. Mendy was third. Aurelia held fourth. After the photo, the winner is number 4, Unmerited Favour. Second is 11, Weighted Average. Third was 2, Mendy. Fourth, 6, Aurelia. The time, 2 minutes, 8.64 seconds. The winner, Unmerited Favour. A 3-year-old bay daughter of Summerfront and the Blame mare going for broke. She was bred in Kentucky by Waterford Stables. Unmerited Favour is owned by Shamrock Stables, MJM Racing and Kevin Pollard. Kenny McPeak is the winning trainer, Jose Ortiz the victorious jockey. Stand by. There is an objection. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a jockey objection, second against first. Tyler Gaffalione, rider of number 11, Weighted Average, alleging interference close to the finish line from number 4, Unmerited Favour. Again, this is a jockey objection, second against first for alleged interference in deep stretch. Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. The stewards have disallowed that claim of foul. There will be no change to the placings. No change. Unmerited favour retains the victory. The second race was named for the Bit and Barrel Gaming and Racing Lounge. The result is now official. Placings officially 4-11-2-6. $20 to post for race 3, offering a 50-cent pick 3 and the rolling doubles. Doubles and pick 3s rolling across the entire card at Kentucky Downs. In this race, number 1 Move to Gold will be ridden by Ricardo Santana Jr. Santana on number 1. Scratch 11, Maui Strong. Maui Strong comes out, along with the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
A 3-1 winner in our second race, and that victory by Jose Ortiz actually puts him in a tie for leading rider currently with Frankie Dettori. Jess Stafford with me once again as we look forward to race number 3. This is an allowance event going 1 mile, 3-year-olds and upward, and I'm with the public here. I think there's a lot to like about the 7-horse Wally World.
Yeah, I'm with you too, Brittany. I think it's going to hard to stay away from this horse. I think the form, the highest ratings, just rock solid, 3 wins, 4 places from 10 starts. Had a very good second last time at Saratoga, and prior to that was a winner at Belmont. I think this horse has got the tactical speed, has got a real proven late kick, and I think that a more than ready sire in this kind of track is absolutely positive. The progeny seem to love kind of Kentucky Downs type of tracks. Safi Joseph will want a winner, I think. He'll be keen. He's brought a lot of horses here, so he'll be wanting one. This looks like one of his best chances of the main.
And I love the versatility. You mentioned that closing kick. This horse can find themselves 10 lengths off the pace or 2.5 lengths off the pace and can manage themselves however need be, depending upon how the pace unfolds in front of them. So the 7, yes, we both definitely like this runner, as do you, at 9-5, but maybe we can find some prices elsewhere. Tell us a little bit about the 2 horse that you keyed underneath.
Yeah, this horse I think will be on the pace. I think that's crucial to why I've included this. This is a dirt sprinter trying a turf mile, so this is not exactly ideal, but I've just gone back with our down days.
You haven't minded it, have you? The switch from dirt to turf.
Exactly, and I went back through some of the results over the last weekend when we had our down days, and I thought actually it's working good, and especially the horses stretching out. As we said earlier on in the week, I think if you want to try and tackle this trip, you've got to have a bit of speed about you. Haven't minded it. It is probably a little bit left of center, but the class, I think it's just been tailing off lately, but I think they enjoyed that little confidence boost last time out.
11.25 length victory last time out. Will be facing winners for the first time, Oi Gewalt, 11-1 currently. The 4 horse at 13-1 is Gambler's Tale. I mean, you don't want to leave Dettori off of any of your tickets, do you, these days?
No, he only has a couple of rides today, I think it is. This horse just getting a little bit warm, I think, in the back legs. You can see it was just getting a little bit worked up. I know it is very muggy out there today. It's not ideal conditions. But again, Frankie will be getting a lot of support. He's super popular, whatever he does. Again, another horse going from dirt to turf. I think you can put a line through that sloppy ground last time. Whether this horse couldn't show his speed, again, should be up there. Maybe I'm taking a bit of a risk having too many dirt to turf horses, but I just thought that could be my angle for this one.
Whatever angle works for you, lean into it. The 8 horse sitting as your clear second choice right now at 5-2. Another runner I liked, and I was actually a bit surprised when the early money wasn't necessarily going to this runner. Winnebago for Miguel Clement, also seeking a first victory, but his horses have come here and run very well. A 3rd place finish last time out. This horse will need pace to run into.
Yeah, and I think he'll get it. I think you could play 7 and 8 if you don't want to risk these dirt tough movers. 7 and 8 exacta could work for you. This is a horse, Winnebago, that I know from former days in the UK. This horse was trained by Tom Clover in Newmarket, so it's bred for the turf by Star Spangled Banner, and had won a synthetic stakes race at Lingfield before moving over to Miguel Clement. And again, very consistent, seems to like and has acclimatized pretty well to the new surroundings here. And I think that this horse should be ideal to your point, that want a strong pace, but I think will suit that long stretch out. Horses have been picking up from the back a little bit more, and I like this angle for this horse, who would have had plenty of these kind of tracks to get used to in the UK, and I think we'll be happy around him.
How much of an extra look do you give those runners, and how are you able to separate them? Say they started overseas, they've had a couple of runs stateside, whether they fared well or not. How are you separating the former UK runners?
Well, it's a really good question. It's really tricky to know how their form and their ratings compare with the ratings of the American horses. I've asked so many top-level handicappers, loads of specialists, and there isn't one way to say our buyer figures are the same as UK ratings this way or that. So it's hard to say, but what I can show you, which is very straightforward, is that this is a stakes performer last year. That is a high level in this group. A lot of these horses haven't even tried that yet, but I do like a horse that has been bam from the get-go, has shown a lot of pace, because that's normally the tricky area that European horses have. They just can't go the speed of the American horses, but this horse has shown that in the first 2 starts. Maybe not so much last time at Saratoga, but actually built on it, and I think has shown that he can be quite versatile. So I think there's plenty to like about him. He just needs to show the pace that he had 2 starts ago.
Jockeys got the leg up, making their way out onto the track momentarily. Do make note the 1, Move to Gold, who was also bet in half from that morning line, 6-1 currently. We'll have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. So jockey change there. Second off of a very long layoff. This horse is going to have to get more involved earlier than what we saw last time out.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, looking at that, just it looks like a kind of horse that just is possibly just not using the speed that it had once before. I'm not too sure about this horse. It's been a bit of a slow burner, not enough from that last try, but might just have needed it, as you say. A long layoff was probably just, as I said, race fitness was lacking.
Does have some backlash though. Race number 3, 9 minutes until post time. Good luck.
Eight minutes to post for race 3 as the field parades for this 1 mile allowance for 3-year-olds and up. Ricardo Santana Jr. riding number 1, Move to Gold. Santana on number 1. Scratch 11, Maui Strong, along with numbers 13 through 16. Race 3 is named for today's bourbon sponsor, Bardstown Bourbon Company. The best turned out horse for this race is number 6, Nudge. Congratulations to the groom, Neri. Nudge number 6 wins best turned out. The field is approaching the gate with a minute to post. Entering the gate. Move to Gold and Nudge, joined by Oiga Volt and Wally World. Wally World would get my vote as best named horse of the day out of the Dam Forced Family Fun. Winnebago Unleash the Power ready with Mary's Boy Bolt and Gambler's Tale. Here comes Sardis. Ascari and Concord Green. Just about set. 1 mile for this allowance. All in. Racing, a beautiful dispatch. Oiga Volt and Nudge together with Mary's Boy Bolt, the first 3 to hit the ground, ahead of Unleash the Power and Wally World. Winnebago and Concord Green move to Gold, Gambler's Tale, and back 5 lengths to Ascari, the early trailer, as they top the hill. Racing towards the 6 furlong pole, Mary's Boy Bolt, Nudge, Oiga Volt along the inside. Wally World is in close attendance to the speed, and Sardis is around the outside. Winnebago's mid-pack, Concord Green is whipping around the outside within about 3 lengths of the pace. Followed well back in the field by Gambler's Tale. Unleash the Power, move to Gold along the rail, and Ascari is 3 lengths last as they travel down past the half-mile pole, and Nudge strides to a 3/4 length lead. Sardis up running second. They're followed back along the inside by Mary's Boy Bolt. And a bit wider on the course, Concord Green continually improving for Hernandez, is moving up into a menacing position past the 3/8 pole. They draw to the top of the stretch. It's Nudge holding on to the lead from Sardis. Mary's Boy Bolt behind them along the inside. And Concord Green staking her claim down the outside. In behind these horses comes Oiga Volt, the black sleeves and cap, together with Unleash the Power. And here comes Wally World beginning to thread forward dangerously. Sardis has reached the lead. Sardis from Wally World, nudge back to third. Sardis the leader, pursued by Wally World, then Unleash the Power. Sardis from Wally World. Sardis has won narrowly over Wally World, Unleash the Power. Photo fourth, Mary's Boy Bolt or Nudge. Number 10, Sardis, is the unofficial winner from 7, Wally World, and 9, Unleash the Power. It's a photo for fourth, the time 1:33.24. Number 3, Mary's Boy Bolt, got fourth. Superfecta numbers will be 10, 7, 9, 3. Here comes Sardis back to the winner's circle. A 4-year-old bay gelding by Into Mischief from the Bernardini mare, Endless Chat. Bred in Kentucky by Juddmont, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm, trained by Mike Maker and ridden to victory by Flavion Pratt. Race 3 was named for today's bourbon sponsor, Bardstown Bourbon Company. The result is official. Placings officially 10-7, 9-3. Race 4 opens a 50-cent pick 5. Scratch 11, Sun Thunder, along with 13 and 14 from the also eligible list. "24 minutes to post for the 4th.
down. No, she didn't do that.
We get that look that we're going for when it comes to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
"15 minutes away from race number 4. We're going to look back at that race number 3 and say, how did we let Flavien Prat at 16-1 go? Unless you had him. Well done by you. Looking forward to this event, a mile and a half. This first level allowance horses will be going 3-year-olds and upward. It does kick off another 50-cent pick 5 if you happen to get knocked out earlier. Our current favorite right now is the 3 Common Defense, 5-2, so lukewarm favoritism on this runner for Kenny McPeak, looking to get another victory on the day. Third off of a long layoff, and this horse was tackling those Triple Crown races earlier in the career, come to the turf course and has done quite well as of late. Third place finish most recently, but we'll get quite a bit more ground to work with today, a half a mile to be exact. But let's get down into the paddock where Jess Stafford has a very special guest.
I do, Brittany. Yes, we all want some extra insight, a little bit more for our betting strategies. And Ben Kula is here from Equibase Racelands to tell me a little bit more about what we need to know for this race coming up. First of all, tell me, Ben, what is Racelands and how can that help our betting?
Well, thanks so much for having me. And what RaceLens is it's Equibase's advanced handicapping tool that really takes past performances to the next level. It combines traditional PPs with powerful filters, stats, and data-driven insights that'll help you uncover angles or trends that might not be so obvious at first glance. NHC champion in 2019, Scott Coles, and last year's NHC champion, Dan Piazza, both used RaceLens to become the Horse Player of the Year. So it is trusted by the best and used by many. And a lot of feedback we get with RaceLens is, as horse players, they like to have pen and paper, traditional, and then they go back and try to see what they can find between the numbers. So for the 4th race today at Kentucky Downs, found a RaceLens angle that really stood out to me, which matched with the number 2 Kid Cairo with a mooring line of 8-1 for the Mark Casse barn, with the jockey switch to Jose Ortiz, who's been riding outstanding at this meet so far. So Mark Casse switching to blinkers off in all races. Past 4 years, he has 38 starts, 12 wins, that's 32%, 20 in the money, 53% with a positive return on investment. So he's had a tough outing, 2 starts back, finishing 10th in a poor start, but he's never a factor, which could deter some bettors, but that's just a mile on the turf. So he came back, nice run last time out in allowance at Ellis Park on August 17th, finishing 4th, but he finished well and galloped out nicely. So 1 career start, going a mile and a half on the turf, finishing 3rd by a length in January at Gulfstream. Always the question at Kentucky Downs, but we're going with the 2 Kid Cairo.
Okay, have you had a look at number 2? Should we try and have a find of him? I think that would be crucial to help us out then.
Exactly. Gorgeous gray for the Mark Casse barn. You can always trust him. He's a top-tier trainer, really gets his horses ready.
He certainly does. Ben, thank you. All the best. Great to get the insight there for RaceLens. Equibase is a hugely helpful insight tool there, so make sure to use that when you're playing at Kentucky Downs. And as mentioned, Kid Cairo horse 2, very relaxed here in the paddock. And this is a field of different shapes and sizes. I had a good look at number 3, Common Defense, who is a big, strapping colt, a very standout physical. And we'll see if he'll be able to get his way around this quite tight and undulating track, considering his big frame. But I was going to ask and throw up a question to Brittany, because your team have been already on the score sheet, Britt, and you have the number 4 Alpha Omega. What is the insight from home?
I have to say, a very well-bred son of Twirling Candy, and speaking with Kaiten earlier, got to like that, because she said Twirling Candies absolutely love this course. We'll be making the Kentucky Downs debut, and this horse finally broke the maiden last time. I had to find the right level, 30,000 maidens, and that was at Ellis Park. Gets a half a mile additional to work with today. Speaking with my father, that should absolutely behoove Alpha Omega, but the biggest question mark here, and the odds reflected 21-1, how challenging is this level of competition going to be? It's really finding the level for this horse that's been a challenge. So we'll see against winners if maybe a light bulb went on. I'm curious from you, though. We spoke about the 3 and the 2. I love the 2 in this race, Kid Cairo, and you're getting a very good price at 7-1. What do you make of this 7 in this race? Time Song really appears to be the class of the field.
Oh yeah, that's certainly, and that was where I was going to. First runner for Jonathan Thomas this meet. This horse has got the benefit of Frankie Dettori, 4-timer Frankie from Sunday, and as we know, he'll be followed and well followed here. And I thought this horse has got a lot of speed. He's got a high level of form. He's got that stakes form, and ran a credible race in that Arlington Million only 26 days ago. Finished 6th, but again showed that speed early, just couldn't keep it up at the fight. This is probably a drop down in class, but I would say that Time Song, he has got everything going for him in this kind of grade. Looks ready for it, on his toes, ready for action. Big plus for me.
Jess, thank you. I know that you had a top 4 selection, so before they make their way to the track, I just want to make sure that we get it in who you liked best.
Yeah, so 7 followed by 2, which we've heard about, and then I'll add in 10, my boy Tony for the Eddie Keneally barn, and then also going in for number 12, Culper for Safi Joseph. Had a 2nd, is getting there, edging it, and I think this one could be in with a shout too.
I should really like that additional distance, being a son of Blame. 5-2 on your current favorite right now. That is the 3 Common Defense for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. 9 minutes till post time. It's race number 4, going a mile and a half. As always, good luck.
The field is parading for the 4th. An allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles. Scratch 11 Sun Thunder, along with the also eligibles 13 and 14. 50-cent pick 5 wagering is on the menu. You have 8 minutes in which to invest. This race is named for Marsh McLennan. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out horse for this race is number 3, Common Defence. Congratulations to the groom, Laura, as Common Defence number 3 wins best turned out. Approaching the gate with a minute to post. Moving into line. Be Well and Ambition, the first pair. Joined by Time Song and Kid Cairo. Fort Thomas ready. Common Defence coming along. Malcolm X and Alpha Omega. My boy Tony, who finished second in the corresponding race last year. Mickey Shalala, and the last in will be Kalpa. 1.5 miles for this allowance race, the 4th of 11 on day 4 at Kentucky Downs. No move in yet by Culper. And in fact, Malcolm X has backed out of the gate. Malcolm X now behind gate 9 and has been dismounted. Some sort of an equipment adjustment, seemingly. Obscured from my view behind the gate, but whatever it was has been rectified. Le Peru back aboard. Malcolm X about to reload. All the horses who have been waiting in line have done so very patiently. Culper the last in, they're ready now. Racing! Mickey Shalala, Alpha Omega, Common Defence all commence nicely with Time Song. They're the 4 across the course early, followed by Fort Thomas and Culper down the outsides looking for a parking spot. Ambition's in the middle of the pack ahead of My Boy Tony. Be Well. Malcolm X is 7 lengths off the early speed. Kid Cairo the trailer. With 1.25 miles left to go, it's Alpha Omega, Time Song together by 2 lengths to Mickey Shalala. Culper still out 3 wide. Common Defence along the inside finds a cosy position, a joint 4th. Fort Thomas splits horses, 2 lengths in front of Ambition as they race onto the back stretch, 1.1 miles left to go. and approach the mile pole. Time Song kicks away at this juncture. Tatori sends him along by 2.5 lengths. Mickey Shalala into a clear second, followed by Culper, who can't get on the course. Common Defence along the inside. Alpha Omega has the purple and gold colours. Fort Thomas, Be Well along the inside, followed by My Boy Tony. Mickey Shalala has lost a little ground through the last furlong. Malcolm X a long way back, and about 8 lengths to Kid Cairo. On the brow of the hill with 6 furlongs left to go, and it's Time Song the leader from Mickey Shalala and Culper, the white with yellow sleeves. My Boy Tony improving nicely nearer the inside, so Culper still out 3 wide. A length and a half away comes Fort Thomas, about 6th on the outside, passing the half-mile pole. And to his inside next is Common Defence, who has 4.5 lengths to pick up. Ambition heads the rest of the field. It's a sizable margin to the trailing group, including Malcolm X and Be Well. And back there too is Kid Cairo, and Alpha Omega's being retired from the race. With 3/8 of a mile left to go, Time Song from Mickey Shalala. My Boy Tony is hot on their heels, and Fort Thomas is coming into calculations out very wide. Followed then at the top of the stretch by Culper, who has run his race as they swing for home. The lead narrowly belongs to Time Song. Up on the inside comes Common Defence. Hernandez seizes a rail opening and sends Common Defence barreling through. And coming to the 8th pole, Common Defence puts paid to Time Song, Mickey Shalala. Ambition next, followed very wide by Malcolm X, but Common Defence has kicked right away and will give McPeak a double early in proceedings. Common Defence has trotted home by 7 lengths. Be Well second, Ambition third, and fourth, Time Song. Unofficial result, first is 3, Common Defence. Second, 1, Be Well. Third, 6, Ambition. And fourth, 7, Time Song. The time, 2:26.33. Common Defence, a commanding winner of race 4. A 4-year-old dark pale brown colt by Caraconti from the Street Cry Dam Illusion. Bred in Kentucky by Tony Holmes, Norvale Farm in Uniondale. Common Defence is owned by Tony and Michael Holmes, Leo and Sarah Dooley, and David Burnson. Kenny McPeak, the winning trainer for the second time on today's card, and Brian Hernandez Jr. is the winning rider. The fourth race was named for Marsh McLennan. The result is official. Placings officially 3167 on race 4. In the fifth, scratch 13 and 14, the also eligibles. "24 minutes to post for race number 5.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
All it takes is a spark.
Flame Away comes alive. Flame Away takes the Skidmore.
Scat Daddy's only son at stud to win stakes at 2, 3, and 4.
Flame Away has the lead. Flame Away, winner of the Sam Davis.
It's Dark Saffron, Nakatomi the outside. Dark Saffron, look at Tuz diving again, but it's going to be all too late. Dark Saffron.
Flame Away, standing at Darby Dan Farm.
Get up! Get up! Get up! Get
In with a shot, too. Ragtime takes the lead, has to fend off Kilwin, who just keeps on coming. Kilwin or Ragtime? Kilwin on the outside. Kilwin gets off.
I'm speechless. We have an unbelievable group of partners, great horsemen, and this has been an unbelievable journey.
Well, a bit of formfulness returning to the card. 3-2 on your winner, Kenny McPeak, getting his second on the afternoon, this time with his main man, Brian Hernandez Jr. We look forward to the juveniles coming up in this next race, a maiden special weight event going 1 mile for 2-year-old fillies, a lot of strong pedigrees, some big purchase prices, and some freshman sires. So I think we'll be able to glean a lot once we get down to the paddock. But first, let's introduce you to the favorite. Currently at 5-2, that would be the 4-horse Market Chill, a daughter of Not This Time, out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare. Debuted at Saratoga, going the route of ground, so the Chad Brown trainee did not waste any time sprinting, getting a good look at this runner in the paddock. Was bet down that day and ran into a next out winner. Stumbled at the start, so did not have the best go of things from the beginning. Found themselves well behind the length of the field, so perhaps we'll see this horse a little bit more forwardly placed underneath Irad Ortiz Jr. I've said this before, second-time starters is often where I notice the antics, but I want to get down to Jeff Stafford in the paddock. The 4, Market Chill, appears to be as chill as ever.
Certainly, Brittany. Yes, just getting a little bit warm. As I mentioned earlier, it is a muggy day, so I wouldn't blame these 2-year-olds too much for that. But probably a smaller type compared to some of them. You've got some lovely physicals in this paddock, and this is the kind of race where I get so excited. I love seeing these good pedigrees, the good-looking horses, and some of them are really standing out to me. Horse number 1 is a lovely type, really big strength to her. This is Lotta Alpha, daughter of McKinsey, who has to step forward from her first run. but she looks powerful and she looks like a natural improvement is going to come for her. Horse number 4, as mentioned, Market Chill. Chad Brown has got strong numbers, especially second time out, got a 29% win rate. This horse, as you said, debuted at Saratoga, stumbled at the start and never landed a blow, but with the man on board, Arad Ortiz, expected again for a little bit of improvement. She looks the one to beat. Horse number 2, Our Slew of Cash, is a well-bred debutante by Nick Sco, out of that grade 2 turf winner, Dinah Slew. And I was just taken by how this horse was sort of preparing for this first day out on the track. Looked very relaxed, has gone back into the barn just now, is seemingly nearly asleep trying to prepare for this race. That's exactly what you want to see, Brittany. And this horse has been working at Palm Meadows. They've been pretty steady, nothing flash, but the pedigree, I think, leans itself to the turf stamina. Maybe I'll ask Safi quickly, how do you hope that your horse is going to go? Also, Cash, who's looking very relaxed in herself.
Yeah, she's trained well, and obviously the first time over the course, you never know how they're going to handle it, but we expected a decent performance.
And she's got the right pedigree as well for it, so this is always been the target for you, come to Kentucky Downs?
Yeah, once she started showing promise in her training, we said we'll start in Kentucky Downs. The money's so good, it's no better place to start.
Yeah, you're getting close, but no cigar yet. How eager are you for that win?
Yeah, I mean, we normally get a couple wins, so hopefully it continues, and hopefully she starts it now.
Okay, well, all the best of luck to Safi Joseph as the riders will be up now. But yeah, as I said, Brittany, I like the look of a lot of horses in this, but number 2, Also of Clash. Can this horse give Safi a winner here? I think she's looking very nice in herself.
And right now sitting on the board at 9-1 as the jockey Jose Ortiz gets the leg up there. Before I lose you, Jess, I want to get your take on the 11 horse here. Imagination, the Lady, another daughter of Not This Time. They can be very precocious, and Brendan Walsh does well with a firster and gets the duties of Flavian Pratt aboard. So what do we see from this firster?
Again, another horse who's very relaxed and looks to be just asleep in her stall at the moment. And she is, as you say, by the right stallion. Not This Time, can do no wrong at the moment. And this horse who's got an excellent turf pedigree. I love that influence of Warfront. This horse cost $300,000 as a yearling. And you'd have to say this is going to be a pretty live first-time starter, and maybe a bit more turf orientated than the other stable companion, but looking well, looking good, and seems to be taking it all in her stride again. Flavian Pratt on board and behaving herself a little bit more than horse number 12, who has been pretty fiery around the paddock beforehand, and now is definitely ready for action, but does have the racetrack experience behind her.
That's what I said earlier, the second-time starters. Sometimes now that they come to post for that second time, they know what's going on. So they get a little bit more anxious than perhaps they did first time out when it was all new. 22-1 on the 12 Blackwing. Do make note the 5 also. Rhapsody in Motion, a second-time starter, was appearing to kind of getting a feel for the grass in the middle area there at 34-1. All right, we've got horses on the track, so I leave you to it. 9 minutes until post time for race number 5. Your favorite is the 4, Market Chill.
Runners are parading for the 5th. A 1 mile 2-year-old filly maiden, from which numbers 13 and 14 are scratched. 7 minutes to post. Race 5 is named for the Pie Rollers Pizza Parlor. The best turned out horse for this race is number 6, I'm a Little Crazy. Congratulations to groom Israel Reyes. Number 6, I'm a Little Crazy wins best turned out. Approaching the gate with a minute to post. Moving in. Two-year-old fillies lining up for the 5th at 1 mile, about half the field already in the gate. Favourite Market Chill coming up into stall 4. Rhapsody in Motion, one of the last to link up. Rhapsody in Motion has been positioned. Last couple, I'm a Little Crazy and Black Wing. All in, ready for action. Racing! Paris Twilight wins the start from Our Slew of Cash. Rhapsody in Motion comes away sharply. Classic Gliders showing up in the early stages with Veronica for the win. And Lotta Alpha prominently poised near the inside. Market Chill, the white and red silks, is centre field. Black Wings out very wide on the course as they top the hill. And they're followed well back by Temeraire, who's back towards the tail of the field with I'm a Little Crazy. And Cove Spring also. As they race towards the 5/8 pole, Paris Twilight has the lead from Imagination the Lady, followed round the extreme outside by Black Wing. Our Slew of Cash, Lotta Alpha in that group of horses. Veronica for the wing also. It's a line of 4 chasing the 2 leaders. Classic glides behind these horses out very wide in a packed field mid-race. Market Chill centre field, followed on the inside by Rhapsody in Motion. Then comes Cove Spring. Temeraire and I'm a Little Crazy, the last couple when they pass the 5/16 pole, reaching the top of the stretch. It's Paris Twilight, one of the leaders, with Imagination the Lady on her outside. Lotta Alpha just in behind them. Black Cap along the inside, followed by Veronica for the win in the blue and white stripes. Our Slew of Cash is about to thread forward into the clear. Lotta Alpha just switched out in front of Our Slew of Cash at that point. And meantime at the 8th pole, Imagination the Lady goes for home. It's Imagination the Lady, Market Chill coming boldly. It's going to be Imagination the Lady holding on for the win. Imagination the Lady defeating Market Chill and Classic Glide finishing on for 3rd, and Cove Spring has made significant ground into the superfecta. Unofficial placings. First is 11, Imagination the Lady. Second is 4, Market Chill. Third home, 10, Classic Glide. Fourth was number 8, Cove Spring. The time 1:34.74. Imagination the Lady captures race 5. A bay filly by Not This Time from the Wharfront Dam Romanticism. Bred in Kentucky by Ashview Farm and Colts Neck Stables. Owned by Mark Dobbin, trained by Brendan Walsh and giving Flavian Pratt a riding double. The 5th race was named for Pie Rollers Pizza Parlor. The result is official. Placings officially 11, 4, 10, 8. In the 6th race, number 5 Heart Spin will be ridden by Walter Rodriguez. Walter Rodriguez on number 5, and number 15 Tarnima will be ridden by Frankie Dettori. Dettori on number 15 Tarnima. The scratches are numbers 10, 13 and 14. Race 6 opens a $1 pick 6. 26 minutes to post.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
Another stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Well, we are moving right along, 17 minutes away until race number 6, and this signifies the beginning of the pick 6. There is a slight carryover from Sunday into today's card, so why don't you take a crack at it? This is a doozy of a race, though, as the first leg of the pick 6. A first level allowance, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, and they will be going 1 mile and 5/16, and that's really where the challenge is, in my opinion, is figuring out which horses are going to appreciate this distance. Kate and Bradar did put together a pick 6 ticket for us, $108 in total. You'll see it right there on your screen, and she's going with the bookends to start things out. Love Song to the inside for trainer Michael Stidham, currently on the board at 8-1, and do make note of the horse that scratched into this race. That's Tarnima. The 15 horse will run, and you get Frankie Dettori aboard for trainer Brendan Walsh. So she is 2 by 3 by 3 by 3 by 2, and hopefully making it all the way to race number 11, where the single comes, and that is the 5. It's a restricted, I should say, maiden special weight event going 1 mile, and the 5 horse in that race is a second-time starter for Brendan Walsh. So a lot, if you can hear me, keying in on Brendan Walsh here in that pick 6. So get involved. We're going to get straight into the paddock, 16 minutes away for this upcoming event. And the favorite right now, and I had mentioned how challenging of a race I felt this was to kick things off, and the tote board really says that. 7-2 right now on your favorite currently. So many different directions that you can go, but the 6 is always forever. Coming off of about a 2-month layoff, this 3-year-old filly by Medaglia de Oro out of a Nyquist mare. With that pedigree, I shouldn't anticipate this distance being too much of an issue. I like the tactical speed, and Brad Cox sending this runner out. Already had a couple of wins on the weekend, I should say. Second choice right now outside of that runner was the Frankie Dettori mount, I should say, to the outside for trainer Brendan Walsh. Tarnima, 4-1 right now. If you just draw a line through that race, going 1 mile and 3/8 last time out, ran into a next out winner, you find some very, very good form. Now, someone I know who is very in form and seeing if these horses are as well as Jess in the paddock. Jess, what are we noticing from these well-experienced runners?
It's a bit of a race of two halves just looking at them. You've got some very worked up and quite warm horses that are very on their toes, and then you've got some nice and relaxed fillies. We've got a bit of a blend. We've got some 3-year-olds and improving types, and we've also got some older fillies who've been around the block a little bit and know their game. But there are some just paddock picks, some horses that have got quite interesting equipment, and I also really wanted to note in on Brendan Walsh's 2 runners, because obviously he's coming off the back of a very successful 2-year-old debutante maiden winner in our last race, and he's got 2 interesting contenders here. Horse number 7 I was drawn to anyway, just based on form. Broke that maiden at Churchill in July. Still pretty lightly raced, but has got the blinkers on. Has also got some earbuds in just to help potentially the nerves, or potentially just help her just keep as relaxed as possible. That does help where you can block out the sound that just little bit extra. So I thought that was quite interesting for horse number 7. You've got 15, the other stable companion, who has got warm and has got a little bit worked up and has kept going back in and out of the box just to keep her settled. And the other horse that I do have to mention is horse number 3, as I think that this is a really fine looking sort, a big price, but is looking very well in herself. She's got a lot of depth of girth about her. She's probably got a good bit to find on form, but there's a good size to her, and I quite like the way that she's sort of walking around, prancing around the paddock here, Brittany. So yeah, as I said, a real mixture of horses. Love Song number 1 is a daughter of Go Sapper that also caught the eye, just the way that she's walking around. She's got a lot of power behind, she's got a lot of strength to her front, and look, she's got a blue blood pedigree, so she should look like what you want her to from a pedigree like that, being a Go Sapper. Broke that maiden at Delaware, is a really strong runner. I think that she's going to be sort of built to really enjoy the stretch out here, Brittany. So those are some of my picks from the paddock, I would say. Some bigger price ones and some that just really match what I hope they look like based on their pedigree.
Well, we definitely appreciate you telling us that a 41-1 shot looks good. Hey, we can catch some prices here at Kentucky Downs. We had a 100-1 winner last week. We already saw a 25-1 winner in our opener here today. There's a good look at Love Song. You talk about top and bottom, the beautiful pedigree there. My question about this runner is that closing kick. Has a wicked closing kick, went 1 mile and 3/16 last time out. We'll add an additional 1/8 of a mile today, so you hope that kick will be as powerful, but was closing ground, and I should say closing the distance between the top runner, finishing second by just a length, but each and every stride. So we would expect that 1 mile and 5/16, based off of those running styles, should be well within the scope of the 1 Love Song. Love Song handling herself lovely out there. Jess, I'm curious of the 2 horse here. I was very intrigued by the Chris Hartman runner, Malibu Smart, who top and bottom has wonderful pedigree for the turf course, but has only been on the grass twice before. But 2 starts back at Churchill Downs, that 1 mile and 1/16 race. Granted, this is much, much tougher competition. I thought a race like that could fare well, if not on top, at least underneath.
Yeah, look, definitely promise from the first turf run, and she will be settled in mid-pack, you'd imagine, under Ben Curtis, who's been riding this track very well. He's had a lot of placed efforts nestled into his wins too. She is getting a little bit warm under her saddle, I can see, so not ideal in these circumstances, but as you say, this is a horse that has at least shown herself to be definitely preferable to this surface. Let's see what Ben can do with her coming from the stall too. It's been interesting today, Brittany, just watching horses coming from the mid-pack. You wanted pace, I felt, when I've been handicapping, but it looks like those with the closing kick we mentioned are those the ones that you want to get onto, and I can't keep but just being drawn to the one Love Song for those reasons. And as you mentioned, that those finishing speeds just show that off. She is definitely by far my pick here. She looks like more of a colt than she does a filly, nearly, if that isn't too much of an insult. It's definitely a good thing when it comes to racing, I find. And I think she just could be a bit of a standout here.
Just means she's a powerful sort, and you're getting a wonderful price of 7-1 on Love Song for trainer Michael Stidham. Yes, does probably have the best closing kick of the group. Jockey's got the leg up. They're making their way out onto the track for our upcoming 6th event, 1 mile and 5/16 the distance. First level allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Don't forget, it does kick off that dollar pick 6, races 6 through 11. The One Dreamer, our featured race on this Thursday card within that sequence, and a little carryover to sweeten the pot. Good luck to all. The 15 is now our lukewarm favorite at 7-2, Tarnima.
The field is moving on to the track for race 6. 1 mile and 5/16 allowance for fillies and mares 3 and up, opening the $1 pick 6. Scratch numbers 10, 13 and 14. The rider of number 5, Heart Spin, Walter Rodriguez. The jockey for number 15, Tarnima, Frankie Dettori. Post time 9 minutes away. Race 6 is named for the Mint Gaming Hall's 5th anniversary. 2 minutes to post. Approaching the gate. Entering the gate, Love Song, Malibu Smart, Maserat ready, joined by Settling Storm and Statement Made. Sacred Image. Cha-Cha Chuka and Good Game. Next pair, Heart Spin with Call Me Tony. A very efficient gate load by these fillies and mares. The last two will be Always Forever and Tarnima. A mile and 5/16 for the fillies and mares in this allowance. And they are ready to go. Racing. Near the inside, Malibu Smart showing some early dash with Statement Made, and Always Forever is in search of a prominent role. Up there too is Cha-Cha Chuka, in fact drawing to the lead as they vacate the home stretch. Pratt straight to the front on Cha-Cha Chuka by a length and a half from Always Forever, and Settling Storm as a joint third around Malibu Smart. And they're followed in the white colours by Sacred Image, out 3 wide as they approach the mile pole. Love Song finds a midfield position along the inside. Statement Made splits horses. Tarnima is wider, followed by Heart Spin, Maserat, and 2 lengths to Call Me Tony back at the rear with Good Game. 7/8 of a mile left to go. Cha-Cha Chuka is the leader, kicking along a couple of lengths in front of Always Forever, followed by Malibu Smart and Heart Spin along the inside. They're followed closely by Settling Storm with 6 furlongs to go. Statement Made is splitting horses, 8 from the front. Love Song along the inside in the Godolphin Blue. Tarnima is a little worse than midfield. Sacred Image is very wide on the track as they pass the half-mile pole, where the lead belongs to Cha Cha Chuka. Cha Cha Chuka in charge by 2 lengths. Love Song is beginning to improve along the inside, right onto the back of the leader. Always Forever on the outside. So Love Song is 3rd. Malibu Smart travels 4th, followed 5th on the inside by Heart Spin. Then comes Settling Storm with 5 lengths to pick up, followed by Tarnima, who's between horses about 8 off the lead. Call Me Tony travelling deep as they approach the top of the stretch. Maserat back about 3rd or 4th last in front of Good Game, and Sacred Image dropping right back. Homeward bound at the quarter pole, Cha Cha Chuka from Always Forever. And here's Love Song being produced at the right time by Concepcion. They're followed by Malibu Smart. A bit further back comes Heart Spin as they pass the 8th pole. Love Song on the outside of Cha Cha Chuka, followed by Malibu Smart. It's Love Song into a clear lead. Malibu Smart. Here comes Maserat with a flashing finish. Love Song needs the wire. Close. I think Maserat lost stride, possibly, with a flashing finish, but Love Song and Malibu Smart are right there with Maserat in a 3-way thriller. The race time is 2 minutes, 7.02 seconds. Photo finish after race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, after the photo finish, the winner is number 7, Masserat, and it's a dead heat for second between number 1, Love Song, and number 2, Malibu Smart. Numbers 1 and 2 dead heating for second. Fourth was number 4, Cha Cha Chuka. So number 7 is first, Masserat. For Shadwell Stable, owner breeder, trainer Brendan Walsh, and jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Masserat, a 3-year-old grey filly by Curlin from the Tappet mare Ayadi. Again, please note it's a dead heat for second between numbers 1 and 2. Numbers 1 and 2, Love Song and Malibu Smart, dead heating for second. The race was named for the Mint Gaming Hall's 5th anniversary. The result is official. 7 first, a dead heat for second between 1 and 2. Number 4 was fourth. Placings official on the 6th. $20 to post for race 7. 50 cent pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 1, Eclair Blanc, along with number 8, Lord I Wonder. The jockey for number 6, Queen Judith, Florent Giroux. Giroux on number 6. We'd like to extend a special thanks to our race day sponsor, the Mint Gaming Hall, and today's bourbon sponsor, Bardstown Bourbon Company.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
DK Horse is your ticket to the track this season with enough bet types to have you champing at the bit. Jumping into the saddle is simple. Just choose a track from hundreds around the world, pick your favorite horses, and take advantage of daily promos. Plus, this great offer. Then you can watch the races right on DK Horse, so you won't miss a second with America's #1 downloaded horse betting app. Giddy up. The crown is yours.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Just a note to any owners presented with a barrel head, you can come to the paddock to collect. Again, any of the owners presented with a barrel head can come to the paddock to collect.
"13 minutes away from race number 7. We get a little bit of everything here at Kentucky Downs. How about a dead heat for a second? That was a thriller. Welcome back, Hayden.
Thank you. Well,
no time off for this one.
It was a thriller, but it was a little bit of a heartbreaker for me.
I know, for your pick 6 ticket. I'm so sorry. Didn't want to bring it up and rub it in. Unfortunately, Love Song not holding on to that victory there. But another victory for Brendan Walsh, this one with Irad Ortiz Jr. Great to see him back in the winner's circle, of course. 9-5 on your winner there. We move forward to a second level allowance. 1 mile over the turf course for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, diving straight into the paddock. The 9, Caton, is your current favorite right now at 5-2. Malimu, a bit of an even-paced runner, hasn't run terribly here at Kentucky Downs.
Malimu has a little turn of foot, which is always a valuable thing, and comes off of nice effort at Saratoga last out. So I could certainly make a strong case for this mare improving. She was one of several I liked in here. I put her third behind a couple others, but makes a lot of sense here. And certainly Chad Brown is overdue. Can I say that?
Yes.
Flavian Pratt on board here, looking for another victory. Makes a lot of sense.
What about the 7 horse? You're taking a leap of faith here with the daughter of Omaha Beach out of a Medaglia d'Oro, where never stepped foot on the grass, at least during the afternoon.
I didn't think there was an abundance of early speed in this race, and she is pretty quick off the blocks. She is trying the turf for the first time, but Omaha Beach is a son of Warfront. Warfront is outstanding on the grass, and then you have on the dam side Medaglia d'Oro, and the dam herself suggests turf. So all of those factors combined with the race shape and the fact that she has speed. The biggest thing, though, that I liked, Brittany, was the fact that on August 17th, it looks like Wesley Ward tried her on the grass in her morning workouts, and she worked superbly. So she was just as fast in the morning on the turf as she has been on the dirt. I also think cutting back to a mile after running as far as 1 1/8 miles and 1 1/16 miles is going to help her from a stamina perspective. If she can get the jump on this field with Johnny Velasquez up, I think she could be very hard to run down. Big ifs, though. We have not seen anybody go gate to wire, per se, today, and I don't know that the course is playing quite the same as it did, say, on opening day from that standpoint.
So with all of those ifs, what would be a fair price on the 7 horse for you?
Well, I mean, she was 8-1 on the morning line. You weren't going to ever see that, but 3-1, I think 3-1 is fair. I'm happy with that. I just hope she doesn't go any lower than that.
Looks well in the paddock. That is the 7 Landed. If I attempt the pronunciation of the 5 horse here, I know I'm not getting it right.
Well, we went, Joe Talamo and I listened to one of the other track announcers. Pete Aiello pronounced it Wakasu.
Wakasu, and in Pete we trust. Okay, so Wakasu, I'll hear what Michael Rona gives us in just a bit, but about this 5 horse, 9-2, currently a very, very long layoff to contend with.
That is the thing, but Maud is outstanding at bringing horses back, so I'm not concerned about it. You don't know quite where she fits in, though. She is a graded stakes winner on the turf. Her most recent start was March of last year. She ran really, really well. I think that gives her a class edge. And, you know, Mott has been very effective at placing horses like this. So I'll trust Mott on this one and hope that she does have her running shoes on and can pick up where she left off.
If you're looking at the daily racing form, you see a lot of italicized lettering there, a lot of next out winners, including horses that Waksu has beat. Junior Alvarado getting the leg up there. And last but surely not least in your top 4 is this runner on our screen, Queen Judith with the pickup Mount Florent True.
Yeah, Queen Judith is just consistent. She's not flashy. She's raced at perhaps circuits a little below Saratoga and some of the other places, but at the same time, she shows up every time. She also can be tactical. Maybe her best game is to sit back and make that one late run, but she was able to, and she won doing that at Woodbine against some good horses, but she's also able, at least on the synthetic, to sit close up to the pace and still have a kick at the end. So I think she can adjust maybe a little bit more effectively than some of the others in this field. She would be, you know, my best price play in here. I think she is going to get overlooked because of both the layoff and the company she's been keeping, but I could see her running very, very well.
16 to 1 on that runner. Just one more as we see the 10 is acting up a little bit. You can see kind of on the right-hand side of your screen. That is Ramsey Pond. Actually, the runner I wanted to ask you about, Safi Joseph, also looking for a first victory here. You can see him as he takes the handling of this 3-year-old filly. She's run here before. She's run well here before. I will say, though, these antics are not something I like to see.
No, and, you know, again, the paddock, the layout, the whole deal here at Kentucky Downs is very different. And so for some horses, every once in a while, they just don't know what to do with that. And she obviously has a lot of energy as well. She's a horse that has been in good company, and I would take a look at as far as her form is concerned. She won a first level allowance in her most recent start back in April. She's fresh, she's sharp, and she's just kind of not sure about herself, but she's got a good one on her to help her get corrected and underway in Irad Ortiz if he can actually get the leg up. She hasn't stood still long enough to let him do it.
Oh, and then they are on the track, so good news there. Irad Ortiz aboard, and we've got all the runners on the track for the upcoming 7th race, 7 minutes till post.
The field is parading for race number 7, a 1 mile allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares 3 and up. Scratch 1, Eclair Blanc, and 8, Lord I Wonder. The jockey for number 6, Queen Judith, Florent Giroux. There is 50-cent pick 5 wagering. 6 minutes to the scheduled post time. Race 7 named for Max Restaurant Equipment. approaching the gate. Coming up into line. Condone is in the gate. With Landed. Mo Fox given, Just Ruthless. Waskasoo coming forward. Mally Moo is in there. Ramsey Pond. Last couple to load will be Queen Judith and Big Dig. 1 mile for the fillies and mares in this optional claimer. The 7th is about to be run and won. Racing. Ramsey Pond catapults out of the gate. Waskasoo has lost the jockey. Junior Alvarado came off Waskasoo. Junior quickly to his feet through the first furlong and Landed moving forward. Landed into the front row from Condone narrowly. Then Ramsey Pond and Mo Fox given in the hot pink. Just Ruthless along the inside. Mally Moo the yellow silks. Big Dig back towards the tail of the field with Queen Judith as they top the hill and head downhill. Right-handed and Landed is one of the leaders. Narrowly from Ramsey Pond. The riderless horse is up on the inside of the 2 leaders as they sweep into the turn with 5/8 of a mile to go. 2 lengths Condone, who's running third. Another 2.5 lengths to Mo Fox given. Big Dig in the blue and white colours from Mally Moo, Just Ruthless and Queen Judith. Toward the 3/8 pole, Landed's a narrow leader over Ramsey Pond and Condone is lurking just in behind those. A gap of 4 lengths to Mo Fox given running fourth. Mally Moo between horses. Big Dig is out wider. And then comes Just Ruthless. And at the rear of the field, at the top of the stretch, would be Queen Judith. They turn for home. And Just Ruthless and Queen Judith, the last 2 at the quarter pole, and it's Ramsey Pond and Landed together by 2 lengths from Mo Fox given working into the clear. Mally Moo is down the outside with Condone. They're both finishing well. Narrow lead for Just on the inside, Ramsey Pond. Mo Fox given moving up now. Mo Fox given, Ramsey Pond, Mo Fox given. Comes home the strongest to beat Ramsey Pond by a neck. Mally Moo finished third and Landed was fourth. Confirming a steward's inquiry into the start of the race pertaining to number 5, Waskasoo losing the rider. Steward's inquiry. The winner is number 3, Mo Fox Given. Second, 10, Ramsey Pond. Third was 9, Malimu, and fourth, 7, Landed. Mo Fox Given, a 4-year-old grey filly by Motown from the Blackdown Dam Gavine. Bred in Kentucky by Liberty Road Stables. Raced by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie and ridden by Joel Rosario. The 7th race was named for Mac's Restaurant Equipment. The stewards have completed their inquiry. There will be no change. No change to any placings after that inquiry. The result is now official. Placings officially 3-10-9-7. In race 8, the rider of number 2, Hoff, will be Keith Asmussen. Keith Asmussen on number 2. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16. Race 8 opens a 50-cent pick 4. 26 minutes to post.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raising in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
A symbol of elegant horsepower. For the boldness to capture your dreams. For the wisdom to find your path. For the valor to never give up. For living your life to the fullest. Quantrell, for life.
Proud sponsor of Kentucky Downs
At Bardstown Bourbon Company, we go anywhere, explore everything, challenge every standard in bourbon, break rules, rewrite rules, rewrite them again. We're proudly rooted in Kentucky, but driven to search the world, to find places that move us, partners who inspire us, then bring it back home to reimagine what bourbon could be. There's nowhere we won't go to push the boundaries of bourbon. Bardstown Bourbon Company. There's nowhere we won't go.
So we continue to have quite a few surprises, fortunately, with a lot going on in that last race. Everybody coming out of it unscathed. Eighth race, maybe we return to normalcy, but the way things go, you never know. We're going to focus in, though, on allowance horses here who've not won 2 races other than maiden, claiming, or starter, so a little bit more experienced, and the optional claiming price is $80,000, so a pretty hefty price tag for those that are entered for it. 6.5 furlongs. We're sprinting on the turf with the rail at 25 feet, and this kicks off the last pick 4 of the afternoon. The favorite right now at 3-1 is the 4. That's We're in Trouble, who is a horse that I thought you had to respect. Johnny Velasquez and Michael McCarthy teaming up with the son of World of Trouble, who on the dirt did not show as much last out, but has had some very nice runs on the California turf courses over at Santa Anita, has certainly proven to be quick, but to be versatile as well. Though it's worth noting that he was the beaten favorite in his last 2 runs on both good and firm ground, but perhaps 6.5 furlongs makes a little difference. So with Jess in the paddock, Jess, I'm wondering what you're seeing from our favorite and whether you're for or against.
Positive from me. 4 looking well as I saw him come out of his box, very fit indeed, and that's exactly what you want to see from a horse that has not run that recently. 46 days ago was his last start, but just looking at the physical confirmation, just looking every inch as fit as you want to be, is been working quick, and it comes into this race in all right form. As you mentioned, probably would want better form, but he has hit the board in all 4 starts this year. He's got that kind of tactical style with a strong late kick. Is getting a little bit warm in between his back legs. A few horses are becoming a little bit warm in this very warm and close style weather, but as I said, he is a fit looking type. There are a few horses that are just finding the preliminaries a little bit much. Horse 12 was one of them and went back into his box. 11 is just getting revved too, but this is a race where I thought we could mention a couple of them as well. The horse number 3 at Lindsay was the one that I was really looking forward to seeing coming out of his box for Joe Sharp, who has been on the score sheet on so many occasions, and Lindsay is one of them that's looking a little bit more relaxed compared to the others. So those would be my insights at this stage, but 3 is really just taking it all in, whereas some are getting very warm, Caton.
Yeah, I can see he is a first-time gelding, so it seems to be working. He is settled and looking very calm and peaceful. He has a little early speed, and I think there are others to his inside. This race I found loaded with front-running types, and because of that, I went to the 7, Mischievous Rogue, as my top pick. He was one of the few in the field that I thought could actually come from off the pace, and that last one at 5.5 furlongs I thought was perhaps a little bit shorter or shy of his ideal distance. He's run previously here at Kentucky Downs and has run well. He hasn't won, but I thought he ran competitively enough to give him another try here. His company that he was keeping prior to this outing was really keen, so I actually think he fits nicely. He's the son of Into Mischief. We've had 1 winner on the board today by Into Mischief. Stalking style, Candy Ride on the dam side doesn't hurt, and he's one that's entered for the $80,000 claiming price, which means he is exceeded the conditions. In fact, 7 wins from 30 starts. Kind of an old class horse that Brittany Vandenberg has done some great work with, and he looks pretty calm as well. But the 3 outside of Lindsay at a price with some speed. You also looked to the 8, Dark Vintage, and that was another that I thought could come from off the pace.
Yeah, certainly. Dark Vintage is a horse who was a runner for Richard Fahey in the UK this time last year, and has found form, has really sort of come alive in America so far. Won at Hawthorne and was a sharp second at Ellis behind Mr. M. But this horse is by Dark Angel, a real top stallion, a great turf sprint influence. I think this horse could surprise if the pace melts down. Wouldn't be against him in the way he looks. He probably is a type that probably carries a little bit of conditions, but I do find that sometimes with Dark Angels, they have this kind of robust kind of physique. Sometimes it looks like they've got a little bit more depth of girth than others, but that's just the way a lot of them are modeled. But he's looking pretty relaxed, got the blinkers on, ready to come out of stall number 8. You mentioned, and I couldn't agree with you more, just beforehand, the mischievous Rogue, and this, I don't know, could you call a 7-year-old a veteran? But he has been around for a little bit, but he knows what his job is, and that's what I like about him, and I like the fact that he's been here, he's done it, and he's done it in better company as well. So he's the kind of horse that probably would be able to take this kind of environment a little bit better than some of the others here.
You also went to the 12 day and age. I was uncertain what kind of style we're going to see from him with that outside draw. He showed speed in the La Jolla in his most recent start, but he actually has been able to be headed and still run extremely well. When he won a nice race at Santa Anita going the mile, this is easier company, I think, but that said, I think if he tries to battle with those horses inside of him, he might have a hard time with it.
Yeah, possibly. I think this could be a bit of a creative one. He is getting a little bit jig-joggy now. Jose Ortiz gets on board. He's just got a simple cross noseband on. He is pretty warm as well. But as you say, the stakes performer over further. He's coming down in distance. That could be a smart move, especially at this kind of track, but I wouldn't want him to get any warmer than this. Some of the horses who have got very hot today have got boiled over and they haven't ran to the form that they have shown. But this horse is a 3-year-old. He's a big framed horse, Kate, and he's probably still a bit of a work in progress.
You mentioned the 3 Linzer for Joe Sharp. I went to the 10 Bergen for Joe Sharp at 6-1. They're pretty similar in odds. Second, last out at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs, and another who I think will benefit if the pace is heated. He's a pretty handy horse. He's been a little bit unlucky, I think, to not win since January, and that last win did come on the mud versus the turf, but he's run good enough races that I think you could consider him in here, particularly if he gets the trip that so many of the other Joe Sharp runners have. As they head out to post, about 9 minutes to get your wagers in with that last pick 4 of the afternoon. Again, 6.5 furlongs on the firm turf. Best of luck.
The field is parading for race 8. A 6.5 furlong allowance optional claiming event for 3-year-olds and up, opening a 50-cent pick 4 in 7 minutes. Keith Asmussen rides number 2 Hoff. Scratch 13, 14, 15 and 16. This race is named Sprint to the Mint. The best turned out horse for race 8 is number 6 Gilded Ruler. Congratulations to groom Henry Rosario on Gilded Ruler number 6 being judged the best turned out. Approaching the gate with a minute to post. Entering the gate, Bushido to the inside alley. Followed in by Hoff and Mischievous Rogue. Dark Vintage. Linzer. Foxtrot Anna and Bergen ready. We're in trouble and Script. Attaché. Gilded Ruler the second last, and Day and Age will complete the line. Ready for race 8. Racing. Bushido, Hoff quickly into stride with Linzer. Dark Vintage down the outside. Scripters just off the early pace. Foxtrot Anna within a couple of lengths of the early pace as they speed into the turn, approaching the 5/8 pole, and Hoff has the lead from Linzer and Foxtrot Anna 3 wide. Bushido the inside as fourth, attended closely by Dark Vintage. 2 lengths to Script and 2 more lengths to Gilded Ruler, Day and Age, followed by Bergen, and then comes Mischievous Rogue along the inside, 8 lengths off the pace. Attaché back second last, and We're in Trouble brings up the rear. At the 3/8 pole, Foxtrot Anna on a 3 wide move into a share of the lead with Hoff, and Linzer is between this pair and the hot pink blinkers. The hot pink cap belongs to Dark Vintage. He's getting a passage as Foxtrot Anna wanders wide while weakening. Meantime, Bushido's just behind the leader in the white with red cap. It's Linzer and Dark Vintage and Hoff, and here comes Script joining the fray, and Bushido's trying to weave a passage, and then comes Bergen from a long way back. Script takes the lead and kicks away. It's Script from Dark Vintage, and several of them are coming late into the minors, but Script has taken a clear-cut victory. Bergen possibly second, a lip to either Day and Age or Attaché, both working home strongly, and Dark Vintage along the inside, not far off those. Number 5, Script, is the unofficial winner. It's a photo for the minor placings. The time 1:13.32. Race 8 goes to Script, a 6-year-old dark pale brown gelding by Algorithms from the first Samurai mare, Dilly. Bred in Kentucky by Stone Farm. Raced by Stone Farm, trained by Rusty Arnold and ridden by Arad Ortiz Jr. Victorious in the saddle for the second time this afternoon. Race 8 was named Sprint to the Mint. Ladies and gentlemen, for the minor placings, second will be number 10, Bergen. Third, 11, Attaché. And it's a dead heat for fourth between number 8, Dark Vintage, and 12, Day and Age. So number 5, Script, is your winner. Number 10, Bergen, finishing second. 11, Attaché, third. A dead heat for fourth between number 8, Dark Vintage, and 12, Day and Age. The result is official. Placings officially 5, 10, 11, with numbers 8 and 12 dead heating for fourth. The featured One Dreamer Stakes comes up next, opening the final 50-cent pick 3 on the programme. Scratch number 2, Buttercream Babe, along with 7, No Mo Candy. 22 minutes to post.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Welcome back. The feature is upon us. The Mint One Dreamer Stakes, 1 mile and 70 yards for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, and Kate, and a whopping $500,000 on the line. But I think people are getting used to the big purses right here at Kentucky Downs. Why don't we start with our favorite? Seems logical. That is the 5 at 8-5. Vivez-vous. I'm probably saying that wrong.
Well, the Vouv part we
I know
got
that
down,
from
right?
the champagne. Thank you.
Joe Sharp. Need I say more? Brian Hernandez Jr. But also, she has tried Kentucky Downs before. She ran in the Music City last year. And I think she ran a better than it looks on paper type of race. She was only beaten 1 1/4 lengths by Simply in Front. She seemed to like the course. She came flying late at 6.5 furlongs against a pretty stiff field. She's riding a 2-race win streak. She's my top pick in here. I know she can handle the course. I don't know if she gets a favorable setup from a pace standpoint, but today the speed has come back often enough to give me hope. I think Vivez or Vivez-vous is going to battle with the 8 Pharaoh's Wine for favoritism, and at the end of the day, I think she will be favored, but the 8 Pharaoh's Wine has some speed, and she is getting some looks right now. I actually thought that the 4 Greyosh was the interesting upset play here for Chad Brown. She's a little bit more tactical than some of the others. I think she can put herself in the race a little bit sooner. And anytime you've got Flavien Prat teaming with Chad Brown, I'm going to give him a good hard look.
Yeah, a lot of success there between the two and together. There is a good look at Greyosh, appropriately named, a Grayer Roan filly by Yoshida, 9-2 currently. Let's get a closer look at some of these runners for our upcoming feature with Jess.
Yeah, thank you both, Brittany and Caton. And you've got to say that 4 is looking very well in herself. She's a real imposing type. She carries herself with a lot of pride. And so big positive for number 4, but also for 8, who was taking a lot of interest from a betting standpoint, looks very fit and well in herself, this daughter of American Pharoah. And I just like the way that she also seemed to be handling the occasion pretty nicely, considering how warm it is getting as we get later into the day. Some of them finding it a little bit much. The 3 is getting a little bit warm. The 6 is getting a wash down too as we prepare for the riders to come out. But I did think 8, who is in career best form, winning 2 of her last 3 starts, already a winner at Kentucky Downs. We know how important that is, and the trainer knows how to prepare a horse for a race like this. I thought the late running style should really help too, but yeah, a very nice physical. She's not got as much size as some of them, which I think sometimes can help, but she's quite a lengthy individual. But I sometimes feel at this track you don't want to be over big, trying to wrestle your way around the undulations, as you find, and trying to get into that early position is important. So I think 8 could just fit that mold, and seems to be enjoying the surroundings. The other one that looks well in herself at not a bad price is number 1, Sparkle Blue, a horse that has been running with credit in stakes races, needs to raise her game just slightly, I thought. But again, looking nice, got the blinkers on, seems to be a horse that, again, will settle mid-pack. How do we feel the race will shape out? I think, Caton, it seems like a race that there could be horses coming mid and late on.
Yeah, I agree. Brittany, this is a very difficult race to decipher from a pace standpoint.
I think the 3 Waves of Mischief, who Jess had mentioned was maybe getting a little bit warm at 13-1, very likely to be forwardly placed at a couple lengths off the lead last time out and bode well. We mentioned Simply in front, the horse that finished second to AG Bullet in the turf sprint. You're going to see those running lines a lot. She chose to turn back. Some horses are choosing to add a few furlongs today. But in terms of how the 3 looks, I mean, Jess said getting warm, definitely warm around the neck, on the toes at 14-1. Does that to you indicate this horse is going?
Yeah, I would have to sort of know exactly how this horse normally is to be too concerned about how warm that she's getting, but she just seems to be ready to go. Ben Curtis gets them out, and that will help. I think a few of these horses, now that they have the jockeys on board, seem to be a little bit more relaxed now, but not as warm as some of them. I think there have been horses today who have completely boiled over, unfortunately, but she's fine. She seems good, she seems active, and I think we've got a good lineup here. This is a fascinating renewal of this race.
5 stakes winners within the field. A fortunate scratch of the 7, Nomo Candy. That definitely took some pace out of it.
Absolutely, and I think that puts more pressure on a horse like the 3 Waves of Mischief, because she kind of has to go. Someone has to take control here. It also makes it very interesting for the 8 Pharaoh's Wine, who I think might be naturally fast enough, although I think her best races are when she settles. But when you have no clear-cut speed, the ideal plan kind of goes by the wayside when they break out of the gate sometimes. So that would be the concern for me with Pharaoh's Wine. I think the ability is there for sure. She's been very competitive, if not bettering some of the main rivals in this field. She probably has enough speed to make the front, and she likes this course. But the problem is, I'm not sure if you've got a 3 Waves of Mischief inside of her, or anybody else, that would be the ideal way to travel. And that in part is why I think the race kind of sets up for the 5 nicely, or the 4 Greyosh.
Horses are on the track, 9 minutes until post time for the Mint 1 Dreamer Stakes, $500,000 for our feature. Good luck.
The fillies and mares are parading for the 9th. The Mint 1 Dreamer Stakes of $500,000. Scratch number 2, Buttercream Babe, and number 7, Nomo Candy. The post parade led by number 1, Sparkle Blue, owned by Catherine Park and Augustine Stable, trained by Graham Motion, ridden by Tyler Gaffalione. 3 Waves of Mischief represents Qatar Racing. Brendan Walsh is the trainer, Ben Curtis the rider. 4 Greyosh for Flanagan Racing. Chad Brown is the trainer. Flavian Pratt has the riding assignment. Number 5, Vive Verve, owned by Carl Moore Management, trained by Joe Sharp, piloted by Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Watchtower, is owned by Abundanza Racing, Omar Aldebar and Michael Ivarone, trained by Richard Baltus, accompanied by John Velasquez. Number 8, Pharaoh's Wine, is owned by William Pasella, Nancy Deloney and Frank Shoup, prepared by Dale Romans. Corey Lannery is astride. 9, Adrastea, raced by Fergus Bogle, trained by Bogle and ridden by Jose Ortiz. This race opens the final 50-cent pick 3 on today's program. Post time looms in 7 minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. Preparing to load. Sparkle Blue entering gate 1. Verve comes up. Waves of Mischief. Greyosh, followed in by Pharaoh's Wine. Watchtower preceding Pharaoh's Wine into line. And the last in will be Adrastea. A mile into 16th for the One Dreamer Stakes. Racing! Sparkle Blue and Watchtower get the best of the start. Adrastea comes away quickly, and Verve is in close attendance to the early pace. Then Pharaoh's Wine, Greyosh between horses, and Waves of Mischief along the inside. Up the hill past the 7/8 pole, and it's a tight clump of horses led by Sparkle Blue. Well, One Dreamer's most famous victory came in front-running fashion. Not sure whether that style is suitable to many of these fillies and mares. It's Sparkle Blue doing the honours down the right-handed bend for Tyler Gaffalione. Up there in fairly close attendance is Verve within about 3/4 of a length of the pace. A rather muddling pace at that. Then comes Watchtower, Blue with a gold cap out 3 wide. Greyosh back along the inside of Pharaoh's Wine, followed well back in the field by Adrastea, and Waves of Mischief last of all. Standing room only in the One Dreamer Stakes as they come down toward the 3/8 pole. Verve eyeballing Sparkle Blue. Watchtower 3 out as they come towards the top of the stretch, and Adrastea out on the periphery. They're followed by Greyosh, who's back towards the inside from Pharaoh's Wine. Waves of Mischief out deep at the rear as they head for home with a 1/4 mile left to go. Watchtower in the gold cap. Verve to her immediate inside. And back on the inside, Sparkle Blue tries to hang tough. Pharaoh's Wine is putting in a spurt down the outside from Adrastea. Pharaoh's Wine with a big burst. Adrastea, Sparkle Blue kicks on. It's Pharaoh's Wine on the outside from Sparkle Blue. Pharaoh's Wine wins the One Dreamer. Sparkle Blue second, Adrastea third. I think Greyosh up for fourth, just in front of Verve and Watchtower, and Waves of Mischief trailed them home. The unofficial winner is Pharaoh's Wine, number 8, defeating Sparkle Blue, number 1, with Adrastea, number 9, finishing 3rd as the longest shot in the field, and it's a photo for 4th. The time 1:39.31. Let's welcome back the winner of the One Dreamer Stakes, Pharaoh's Wine, a 4-year-old bay filly by American Pharaoh from the Patio Prado Dam, Sweeping Paddy. Bred in Kentucky and raced by William Pasella, Nancy Deloney and Frank Shoup. Trained by Dale Romans and ridden by Corey Lannery. Confirming number 4, Greyosh, grabbed the 4th spot. Number 4 is your Superfecta horse. The One Dreamer Stakes was sponsored by the Mint. Ted Nicholson, Vice President of Racing at Kentucky Downs, has the trophy presentation. The result is official. Placings officially 8-1-9-4. Corey Lannery returning for the trophy presentation, again made by Kentucky Downs Vice President of Racing, Ted Nicholson. The 10th race opens the final double of the day, and the man of the moment, Corey Lannery, will ride number 1, Time for Trouble. Lannery is the new jockey for number 1, Time for Trouble. Scratch the also eligible number 13. Post time is 27 minutes away.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds, are number one. It's a great program, bottom line. I think it's the best in the country by far.
Horse raised in Kentucky is an advantage.
You talk about the Kentucky breeding program, I think it's immeasurably the best.
They've got the best mares and the best stallions there in the state.
The great ground they're raised on here in central Kentucky, it seems to be the best.
The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
Final two races on our card here on this Thursday afternoon. It's been beautiful, windy. I mean, I'll be honest, the sun's shining a little brightly for me right now, but we'll take it.
The cloud cover is all right, but they are calling for a little bit of rain. Hopefully it just falls on the day off tomorrow and rolls out of here by Saturday, because we have a huge weekend coming up. But yeah, I don't mind this. Right now we have been really treated very nicely from Mother Nature.
Cannot complain. And yes, you mentioned Saturday, $13 million in purses. But let's figure out who's going to win these final two races. The 10th is a 1.5 mile turf event, allowance optional claimer for 3-year-olds and upward. So a second level allowance in Caton. Our favorite right now is to the outside. That is the 11 Mutawid for Mike Maker and Irad Ortiz.
I think all of us would be in agreement that the 11 Mutawid has credentials, though this is his first trip to Kentucky Downs. Maker, the all-time leading trainer here.
Correct.
Has a couple of wins now to his credit, including one earlier today. Very effective at this 1.5 mile distance. Just a very steady performer who was in good form prior to a little freshening. sure looks like he was pointed here. He's 6 for 32 lifetime and 4 for 17 on the turf. That's the kind of horse you love to have in your barn. And he seems to do well on a variety of surfaces. So I'm not as concerned about whether or not he handles this course because he's handled pretty much every course he's tried.
He appears to take his race with him. Good look at the 11 there as he is walking around the paddock area. But both you and Jess picked the 9 on top. Kaiten, give me what you liked about the 9 Emergence.
Well, he's certainly less tested than Mutaweed, but he comes out of Stakes Company at Ellis Park and ran respectably behind Tomasello. I thought that this is a class drop or a little relief for him. He broke his maiden at first asking on the synthetic at Gulfstream and has really gotten better. On the slop, he ran his very best. Now the question is whether it was the slop or whether it was the 1.5 miles, but I'm hoping it was the 1.5 miles. He's a son of Uncle Mo out of a pulpit mare. He's steady, but he does have a quickening about him that sometimes horses who stay at 1.5 miles don't have. So I think he's got that in his favor if his main track form transfers here to Kentucky Downs. Brad Cox started on opening day with a couple of wins. He doesn't typically have as many runners at this meet as he does at other more conventional tracks, but I think that he has a lot of really nicely suited turf horses.
There's a good look at Emergence, but a better vantage point than we have would be just down in the paddock. Who's caught your eye?
I would have to say Emergence really is physically the most impressive looking type. This 3-year-old, is quite rightly pointed out by Kaiten, has got a fair amount of upsides, and we know that this horse over 1.5 miles has been effective. As you say, kind of different surface as we know here, but we know this horse does certainly stay and does possibly also have that tactical speed, but you can really see the size of this horse and the way that he's sort of conducting himself. He's floating around the paddock with just a really nice way about him. I can see why they had to stretch a fair bit to buy him as a yearling, because he certainly has one of the best walks here. So horse number 9, Emergence, coming out with plenty of credit here in the paddock. Again, a few just getting a little warm. 10 British Isles, who's in my picks, is one of them that I was looking forward to seeing based on recent form. Has real tactical speed, just missed it down mile last time in a decent looking race over a good trip. But just seemed to get a little bit worked up, a little bit warm, seems to just wanting to get on with things. But let's hope that once this horse, British Isles, has a Flavian Pratt on board, that might just help. But this is one of them that just seems to have just got a little bit worked up in the conditions. As I said, was one of the horses that I was keen to side with. Mutawid, we've mentioned too. And just looking again at this horse in the preliminaries, horse number 11, seemed from when I last saw in front of me again, a bit like Emergent, seems to be finding the proceedings pretty good. He's a slightly smaller model than most of them. Is a slighter kind of individual, whereas Emergent has got that kind of power and looks like a stayer and looks like a galloping type as well. 11 looks like a little bit more of a bull of a horse. So different shapes and sizes and models in him.
13 minutes until post time. Kaiten, off air, you and I had been talking about the 2 Cyber Ninja, horse coming out of hurdles, going 2 1/4 for trainer Jack Fisher, but he has been spotting his horses very well here.
Well, Jack Fisher is one of the greats in steeplechase racing, and Cyber Ninja has gone over hurdles. In fact, comes over after breaking his maiden last time out at 2 1/4 miles at Colonial. So you know the bottom is there. He is fit. I also think the class is there. If you look back to his running lines on the flat, he was very competitive on both turf and dirt with top horses. He actually ran in the Nashville Gold Cup last year against Limited Liability and the Gray Wizard, and he finished a respectable 3rd. He was no match for those two, but he was very competitive with the rest of the field. This is an easier spot than that. He has shown that he can stay at the 1.5 miles, and I think with Jose Ortiz on board, it would be hard to overlook this horse at 6-1. I think he is a great value here, and I think he'll handle the course.
What about a horse like the 7? Stretching out in distance from 1.25 miles. It was a nice victory underneath Ben Curtis last time out. Brittany Russell sending out this horse. So you get up to the second level allowance, likely to be forwardly paced just based off of running style and the fact that this horse is stretching out.
Yeah, I was a little concerned that with his style that someone was going to challenge him and weaken him a little bit, but he ran a very good race. It was not as tough company last out, but it was 1.25 miles. He looked like he could have gone around again, and he was much the best. I liked how he looked when he came in the paddock. He seemed pretty relaxed, despite the fact that he is a speed type, and I love to see that when horses actually settle and save it all for the race, so to speak. Another one that's been pretty consistent on the turf overall, and I don't know whether this is going to be his best distance. It's hard to tell. He's not tried it on the turf. On the slop, he didn't fare quite as well. He wasn't able to sustain his turn of foot. So that's kind of why I took a little stand against him, but at the same time, from what I've seen in the paddock and based on his overall ability, I'd say he certainly fits here.
Jess, I'm curious of your thoughts of the 12, Navy Seal, the Irish-bred horse that used to be racing both in the UAE and Ireland, France, kind of all around Europe previously. What do you make of this horse now with a victory stateside?
Yeah, Navy Seal's a 4-year-old who did have fairly useful form for Aidan O'Brien, but just probably wasn't really up to being one of his better and top level horses. So now finds his way over here. Again, just having a good look at him, he looks very fit. He looks well in himself. Wesley Ward has had some good runners here over this week, and I think that this horse does definitely seem to be thriving at present. That recent victory, definitely a bit of a confidence boost, you'd imagine, for this horse. It can be difficult to come from an Aidan O'Brien barn to different ventures and sometimes get a little bit lost in a big setup there. So good to see him looking well in his skin. Definitely hasn't got too warm, whereas some of them really have, Brittany. It's been a bit concerning to see some of them, including the horse number 10, who's just got far too worked up for his own good, I'm afraid. But 12, good to spot out Navy Seal, who has taken it all pretty nicely.
I don't know how big this horse is in person, but he looks very big via the screen.
He does. he kind of looks Hulk-like,
yes,
too, as far as his physique. You know, I used him among the top contenders, and I like him even more after looking at him. Just has a way about him. And I think maybe benefited from a little bit of time from May to July, then came back with that nice win. It was just steady improvement versus this monumental leap that you might worry he regresses from. So I think it sets him up nicely here. Wesley's another that wins a lot of races at Kentucky Downs over time. And I think with that confidence builder, as Jess alluded to, it's a horse you have to respect here. Don't worry about his previous run at Kentucky Downs. It was the Nashville Derby. It was 1 mile and 5/16. And he also was running, because it was a stakes race, off of Lasix. And today gets Lasix back. He's been very consistent when he's had it here in the United States. So I think that's a big factor in his favor.
No one asked me, but he's my paddock pick. 8 minutes until post time for race number 10, 1.5 mile journey. Good luck.
The field is parading for the penultimate race on the programme. 1.5 miles for this allowance optional claiming event. Corey Lannery on number 1, Time for Trouble. Scratch 13 off the also eligible list. 8 minutes to post for the 10th. Special thanks to our race day sponsor, the Mint Gaming Hall, and today's bourbon sponsor, Bardstown Bourbon Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the best turned out for this race. Number 2, Cyber Ninja. Congratulations to the groom, Ashley, as Cyber Ninja number 2 is voted best turned out horse. Approaching the gate. Loading for the 10th. Time for Trouble takes the inside stall, followed in by Cyber Ninja. Happy, Happy Day. Presider coming along. Master of Foxhounds. Emergence linking up. Factor Analysis. British Isles ready. Mutawid comes up with Factor Analysis and Villain. Liar's Poker's going to be one of the last with Navy Seal. Almost ready to go. 1.5 miles for race 10. Set. Movement from British Isles. Racing. Presider comes out purposefully. Time for Trouble begins okay with Cyber Ninja and Villain going up towards the lead and wider out Master of Foxhounds. It's a line of 3 with a lap to go. Villain inside of Presider and Master of Foxhounds. 2 lengths to Liar's Poker, Navy Seal 3 wide. Cyber Ninja back along the inside, attended closely by Factor Analysis. British Isles is out deep. Emergence, Splitting Horses, Time for Trouble the inside. Mutawid 3 wide, 10 off the lead. And Happy Happy Day brings up the rear. Into the back stretch, Villain on the inside, shaded by Master of Foxhounds. And they clamp on the pace, racing a half dozen lengths clear of Presider. Followed by Liar's Poker in the hot pink colours. And Navy Seal, his outside. Then comes Cyber Ninja. Factor Analysis splits horses. British Isles 3 wide with Mutawid right on his back. Emergence splitting horses. Time for Trouble over along the rail. Happy Happy Day 4 lengths last. Climbing the hill to the 7/8 pole. Master of Foxhounds leading Villain. And they're a mile clear of the rest. Presider and Liar's Poker the next pair. Followed at the top of the hill by Cyber Ninja as they come down towards the 5/8 pole. And these 2 leaders have gone clear in a race of their own, with Master of Foxhounds pressing on. Is this a stroke of genius or a rush of blood? Master of Foxhounds by 3.5 lengths to Villain and 10 lengths to Presider. 2 more lengths away to Navy Seal on the outside of Liar's Poker, followed by British Isles, 3 wide for the journey. Factor Analysis, Cyber Ninja, followed well back in the field by Mutawid as they approach the 3/8 pole. And then towards the tail of the field, Time for Trouble and Happy Happy Day. Not really living up to that name, is toiling about 12 lengths behind the second last horse. Master of Foxhounds will lead for home from Villain, but they come back to the pursuing pack. Presider presenting 3 wide. Factor Analysis just in behind those. Liar's Poker stays near the inside. And between horses next is Emergence from British Isles. Mutawid about to work into the clear. Might represent Late Danger. Navy Seal moving into the lead. Mutawid getting home strongly from Emergence and Presider. Navy Seal has the lead. Navy Seal from Presider and Emergence. Navy Seal. Victor Espinosa beats Presider and Emergence. Photo 4th. Factor Analysis and Mutawid. Number 12 is first. Navy Seal is the unofficial winner. Photo second. Here we go. Number 7 is second. Presider. Third, 9 Emergence. And fourth, 4 Factor Analysis. 12, 7, 9, 4 unofficially in the time of 2:26.63. Navy Seal was bred in Ireland by Coolmore. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Dubawi from the Camelot Dam, Athena. Owned by Mrs. Fitriani Hay. Trained by Wesley Ward and ridden by Victor Espinosa. The result is official. Placings officially 12-7-9-4. One to go. The 11th offers 50-cent super high five wagering. There are 2 jockey changes. Number 2, Tim's Keith Asmussen. Number 6, American Bear, Sergio Figueroa. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through 16, 23 minutes to post.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Experience it all in one place at the Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs. Enjoy a night out and exquisite dining at Iron Steakhouse. Sip crafted cocktails while enjoying live music at Midnight Bourbon. Keep the fun going with the latest games and live entertainment, or make it a sleepover and stay at our all-suite hotel. Looking to host an event? Check out our versatile spaces, all just 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. The Mint Gaming Hall, Kentucky Downs.
Winning just got closer.
At Bardstown Bourbon Company. We go anywhere, explore everything, challenge every standard in bourbon, break rules, rewrite them again. We're proudly rooted in Kentucky, but driven to search the world. To find places that move us, partners who inspire us, then bring it back home to reimagine what bourbon could be. There's nowhere we won't go to push the boundaries of bourbon. Bardstown Bourbon Company. There's nowhere we won't go.
We've come to the final race on our Thursday program, week 2 here at Kentucky Downs, 16 minutes until post time for the 11th. I feel like this day has been quite satisfying.
A very exciting day, and nice pick by you with your paddock pick.
Last minute paddock pick again, nobody asked, but it was nice to come out on top.
Ran up to the looks.
Absolutely. Let's find one more winner on this Thursday evening as the sun will eventually go down. I appreciate the cloud cover. This is a restricted maiden special weight event, 1 mile the distance for 2-year-olds. The 5 is your clear favorite at 8-5, McGinnis on tap.
I think this is a hunch play.
It might
betting
be.
public, but I actually picked this horse on top as well. He's the only one in the field that debuted at a mile and ran credibly. He was beaten 3 parts of a length as the beaten favorite at Ellis Park in his only start. It was a tiring turf course. It had a little give in it. Brendan Walsh has already had an excellent day, and maiden second-time starters for him, 19% strike rate. So the pedigree is there. He's by Omaha Beach, who is a son of Warfront, out of a Galileo mare. It'd be hard-pressed to find better pedigree for both the turf and the distance. And most importantly, I think that run at a mile gives him a little edge over the rest of the field.
Quite a bit of endurance and appears to be quite the looker through this television screen that I'm looking at. Jess, how does the 5 look to you?
Yeah, this is a very good-looking colt and a horse that has a lot of presence in the field. I'm going to try and have a quick word with Brendan Walsh, who has already been on the score sheet with 2 today, and you had a very impressive 2-year-old winner earlier. Are you going to have another one?
Hopefully, Jess. Yeah, he ran very well first time, so he should be thereabouts here.
Yeah, and a horse that did you always believe would have the credentials for a Kentucky Downs, because you've got to really be quite mature in your ways for a 2-year-old.
For sure, yeah, but I think it's always an advantage too if you've had a run before you come here too. So he ran well first time, so hopefully he's able to handle this good today.
And your filly was very impressive earlier. Will she be stakes bound next time up?
I don't know. We'll see how she comes out of it. But she is nice. We do like her, and we always thought there was a lot of upside to her. So when they come out and they win first time, it's definitely a good sign.
Well, 2 winners. Let's see if you can make it a 3rd one today. Well done. And got a gorgeous looking horse, this McGuinness on tap. As I said, Brittany, Kate and Brandon Walsh being on great form. He knows how to train 2-year-old winners here. And I think that's really interesting insight to have that racetrack experience before you come to a Kentucky Downs.
Even having a first-time starter win earlier, but it does help. Any sort of experience, I say, would. And I think it's the distance, as you had mentioned, that's going to behoove this horse more than anything else, going the mile today, which may play longer.
That is not to say that first-time starters can't win here. For many years, that was the case. But the last couple of years, I think, as trainers have been attracted by the purses and by what Kentucky Downs has to offer, you see more and more first-time starters able to get the job done right off the bat. I know Jess was interested in the 8 King of Somewhere Hot, and he's getting bet a little bit on the board. Kenny McPeak's already had an outstanding day with 2 wins earlier. Goes to Jose Ortiz here. I didn't know what to make of him. It looks as if he was well meant. He's been training very forwardly over at Saratoga and before that Belmont Park, and also has a good pedigree for both turf and distance.
Jess, how would you describe the demeanor of this 2-year-old colt?
Yeah, King of Somewhere Hot, looking well himself, definitely looks fit, quite a lighter type, but you can see from his work that he's been keeping to a pretty high level, and I think that, again, another horse that seems to be pretty relaxed, like the favorite, whereas some of them probably just finding it all a little bit much now we come to the end of the day. But for a horse that hasn't yet run before like this, and I just thought the workouts have been very solid at Saratoga and Belmont. Just if this horse is ready for it, and you're going to have, as I said to Brendan, you need a horse that's pretty professional and is doing everything right to be able to handle it all and to be able to win, but also in a field where you have horses who've got the experience already. So that's going to make it a little bit more challenging, but I just liked his workouts, and as we know, it's been a great day for Kenny McPeak.
That it has. 5-1 currently on that runner. Kate and I wanted to get your insight quickly as the jockey's just given the leg up on the inside runner, Master Chief Mike, who will be trying turf for the first time as the son of Nick Sko.
The jury is still out, Nick Sko being a very young sire, and he looks like he's getting just a little antsy there as they head out. But that said, I liked what I saw from him, considering his debut was in the slop at Gulfstream. I thought he could definitely be a horse to contend with. I would like to see him settle in a little bit when he gets out on the track. And a horse that both Jess and I liked a bit, the 10 Final War, another first-time starter, 13-1. Worth noting that though he was a bargain purchase for $17,000, he's a half-brother to Antiquarian.
Wow.
We just saw a win on the dirt in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. The stamina influence is certainly there. I think through the dam side, it's a possibility, through the sire Divisadero, that you may see him take to the grass. Divisadero was a very good grass horse. He's by Kitten's Joy. That's a dominant sire line here. Jade Gellner thought enough of this Kentucky bred to bring him all the way from Evangeline down. So I'm going to take a good hard look at the 10 Final War, who kind of has a way about him. Looks like he has a bit of swagger.
He does have a bit of swagger, on his toes out there in the best of ways, sitting at a nice price of 13-1. Runners on the track here for the 11th and final restricted maiden special weight event, 1 mile, 2-year-olds. Best of luck. And thanks for a great day, everybody.
And happy birthday.
Thank you.
The 11th race field is parading. 9 minutes in advance of this 1 mile 2-year-old maiden. Keith Asmussen rides number 2 Tim's. Sergio Figueroa with the pickup mount on number 6 American Bear. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 50-cent super high 5 wagering is on the menu. 2 minutes to post. The best turned out for race 11. Number 7, Honey Dutch. Congratulations to the groom, Raphael. Honey Dutch number 7 wins the final best turned out of the day. Arriving behind the gate and beginning to load for the last, Master Chief Mike, American Bear and Tim's, followed in by Honey Dutch. There goes Quarry into gate 3. King of Somewhere Hot being positioned. Jorge's Ace locked away. Underappreciated McGuinness on tap, followed in by Final War. Senora Valentine about to come along. Senor Valentine is in, and Vitruvian Man will be the last to load. 2-year-olds going a mile in the finale on day 4. Racing! Quarry in the yellow colours, one of the first to appear, headed by Honey Dutch and Jorge's Ace. Master Chief Mike is prominent on the inside, together with Tim's, followed closely by McGuinness on tap and American Bear. A couple of lengths to Final War, underappreciated, Senor Valentine, Vitruvian Man. And back at the tail is King of Somewhere Hot as they take the right-hander down the hill with just under 6 furlongs to go. Honey Dutch on top. The start worked out much better for Honey Dutch today, and the Greys on top by just over 2 lengths from Tim's and Master Chief Mike, followed by Quarry, who's back in 4th spot but 6 off the leader. Along the inside comes Jorge's Ace, and out 3 wide on the course is American Bear, followed back in the second half of the field by Senor Valentine and Final War. In that group 2 is Underappreciated, who would spot the speed a dozen lengths. The Vitruvian Man's one of the last, and a gap of 5 lengths to the first-timer King of Somewhere Hot, a clear last at the top of the stretch, where Honey Dutch is the leader, well clear for Giroux. Honey Dutch by 4 lengths from Final War, who wanders a little wide, and back on the inside is Master Chief Mike, struggling now. McGuinness on tap, beginning to make some ground, and Quarry is next past the 8th pole. Honey Dutch still a long way in front from Final War, and Quarry is boxing home. Honey Dutch has given nothing else a chance. Honey Dutch is in one race, the rest are in another. Honey Dutch takes it in hand by a half dozen lengths. McGuinness on tap second. Close for third. Quarry or Final War. And then for fifth would be either Vitruvian Man or Underappreciated. Seven, Honey Dutch is the unofficial winner from 5, McGuinness on tap. It's a photo for third, fourth and fifth. The finish time, final time is 1:34.43. Third home was 3, Quarry. Fourth, number 10, Final War. And fifth, 12, Vitruvian Man. 7, 5, 3, 10, 12. Honey Dutch, the winner, is a grey colt by Nick's Go from the Tisnow mare, Ms. V-Time. Bred in Kentucky by Matt Montgomery. Owned by Legion Racing and Oarstrike Racing. Trained by Whitworth Beckman and ridden by Florent Giroux. The result is official. Placings officially 7, 5, 3, 10, 12. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for attending Kentucky Downs today, or for playing from wherever you might be situated across the land. We hope you found a few winners. Special thanks to our race day sponsor, the Mint Gaming Hall, and today's bourbon sponsor, Bardstown Bourbon Company. We look forward to the resumption of live racing with Saturday's bonanza of a dozen races, half of them worth at least a couple $1 million. First post is 11:30. 11:30 Central Time for the first of 12 on a big Saturday, September 6 at Kentucky Downs.